I don't go into the woods anymore. Not since that October in the Cascades. People think they understand what quiet means, but they don't. Not really. Most people's version of quiet is just the absence of a TV or a lawnmower. Real quiet, the kind you find 60 miles from the nearest paved road, isn't an absence of sound. It's a presence. It's a heavy, velvet weight that presses against your eardrums until you can hear the blood rushing through your own veins. I was 24, working as a freelance surveyor for a timber company that didn't care much about safety protocols as long as the GPS coordinates were accurate. I liked the isolation. I thought it made me tough. I had my gear, a rugged 4x4, and a 10 Glock I'd never had to draw. I'd spent hundreds of nights under the stars, and I'd never felt like anything other than the apex predator of my own story. But looking back, that was my first mistake. The arrogance of thinking that because I had a map, I owned the land. It was late afternoon when I reached the basin. The sun was dipping low, casting long, skeletal shadows across a valley that looked like it hadn't seen a human footprint in a century. My plan was simple: set up camp, mark the perimeter of the cedar grove in the morning, and be out by noon. I found a flat spot near a cluster of ancient, moss-covered hemlocks. They were massive, their trunks so wide 3 men couldn't have linked hands around them. The air was unusually still. No birds, no squirrels, no wind. Just that heavy, expectant silence. I remember thinking it was beautiful. I even took a photo of the trees, a photo I've since deleted because looking at it makes my stomach turn. I set up my tent, boiled some water for a freeze-dried meal, and sat on a stump, watching the light die. That's when the opening spark happened. It wasn't a jump scare. It wasn't a scream in the night. It was just a sound. A single, rhythmic asterisk thrum asterisk. It was low, right at the edge of human hearing. At first, I thought it was my own pulse. I adjusted my posture, thinking I was cutting off circulation to my legs, but the sound didn't change. It was a deep vibrational groan that seemed to come from the ground itself. Hoom, hoom, hoom. It was steady, maybe 4 beats a minute. I looked at the water in my tin cup. The surface was perfectly still, but I could feel that vibration in the soles of my boots. It felt like something very large and very deep was waking up. I told myself it was geological, tectonic plates shifting, or maybe an underground river. I crawled into my sleeping bag and tried to close my eyes, but the silence had changed. It wasn't quiet anymore. It felt like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to notice what was happening. I must have drifted off for an hour or so, that thin, restless sleep you get when your subconscious is screaming at you to wake up. I snapped awake around 11:00 p.m. The thrumming hadn't stopped. In fact, it had grown louder. But now it wasn't just a sound, it was a movement. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached for my headlamp and clicked it on, the beam cutting a narrow path through the nylon of the tent. I unzipped the flap just a few inches and peered out. The first thing I noticed was the fog. It was thick, white, and coiled around the base of the hemlocks like snakes. But it wasn't the fog that stopped my heart. It was the trees themselves. The hemlock nearest to my tent, the one I'd admired earlier for its size, wasn't straight anymore. It was leaning. As I watched, the massive trunk slowly, impossibly expanded. The bark creaked, a sound like old leather being stretched to the breaking point. The tree widened by maybe 6 inches, stayed there for a long, agonizing second, and then slowly contracted. Hoom! A puff of white mist escaped from a fissure in the bark, swirling into the cold air. I rubbed my eyes, certain I was hallucinating from the altitude or some weird fungal spore. I looked to the next tree, then the one behind it. In the pale light of my headlamp, I saw it. The entire grove was moving, synchronized, rhythmic. The trunks were expanding and contracting, the branches lifting and falling like the ribcage of a giant. The forest wasn't just alive in the biological sense, it was breathing. My brain tried to fight it. I told myself it was the wind, but there wasn't a breath of air moving. I told myself it was an optical illusion caused by the fog, but I could hear the wood groaning. I could hear the dry, raspy sound of the needles rubbing together as the branches rose and fell. It sounded like a collective, labored inhalation. I stepped out of the tent, my legs feeling like lead. I needed to see it closer. I needed to prove to myself that I was crazy. I walked toward the nearest hemlock, my hand trembling as I reached out to touch the bark. I placed my palm against the wood. It was warm, not the ambient warmth of a tree that had been in the sun, but a deep, radiating heat. And then I felt it. Beneath the rough surface, there was a beat. Thump, 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 thump. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been burned. This wasn't a tree. I didn't know what it was, but it wasn't a plant. The scale of it hit me all at once. If this one tree was breathing and the one next to it was breathing, I looked around the dark perimeter of the basin. Thousands of them, miles of them, all moving in perfect, terrifying unison. Then the logic shattered completely. I looked down at my feet. I'd left my surveying stakes in a neat pile by the stump. They were gone. In their place, the ground had heaved upward, forming a small, mound-like structure that hadn't been there 20 minutes ago. And right in the center of that mound, partially swallowed by the shifting earth, was my GPS unit. It was blinking. I knelt down to grab it, but the ground beneath me shifted. It felt soft. It felt like flesh. The GPS screen wasn't showing coordinates anymore. It was just scrolling a single line of text over and over, a glitch I'd never seen before. Internal temp high. Internal temp high. I backed away, stumbling toward my truck. I didn't care about the tent. I didn't care about the gear. I just needed to get off the skin of whatever this was. But when I reached the 4x4, I saw the final detail that broke me. The tires of my truck weren't resting on the dirt. The roots of the nearest tree had grown, not over the tires, but into asterisk them. They had pierced the heavy rubber like needles, and as the tree breathed, I could see the black fluid of the tires being sucked up into the roots. The truck was being digested. I stood there, paralyzed. I wasn't just in the woods. I was inside something. I was a parasite standing on the back of a predator so large it didn't even realize I was there yet. The breathing grew louder. The asterisk-hum sound was now a wet, rattling wheeze. The mist coming from the trees was getting thicker, and it didn't smell like pine anymore. It smelled like copper. It smelled like a butcher shop. I had two choices: stay in the truck and hope it didn't get pulled underground, or run. I looked at the dark wall of the forest. The trail I'd come in on was gone, swallowed by the shifting, heaving floor of the valley. Every direction looked the same, a nightmare of heaving wood and pulsing earth. I grabbed my pack from the passenger seat, my fingers fumbling with the latch. I checked my Glock, though I knew a handgun was useless against a landscape. I started to run. I didn't run on a path. I ran over the roots, which felt more like tensed muscles under my boots. Every time the forest exhaled, the ground would dip and I'd lose my balance. I could hear things behind me, not footsteps, but the sound of the earth closing up. The forest was sealing the gaps I'd walked through. "Hey," I screamed, hoping, praying there was another human out there. "Is anyone there?" The forest answered. From the darkness ahead, a low, flat voice mimicked me. "Hey," it said. It wasn't a human voice. It was the sound of two branches rubbing together to form the word. It had no inflection, no soul. It was just a vibration. "Is anyone there?" The trees whispered back, the sound echoing from 100 different trunks at once. I stopped. I didn't want to move. I felt like if I stayed perfectly still, I might blend in. I might become just another unmoving object the forest would ignore. I crouched low, hugging a rock that felt too warm to be stone. I waited. For hours, I just listened to the breathing. The rhythm was changing. It was getting faster. The forest was waking up and it was hungry. I could hear the distant sound of metal snapping, my truck being torn apart. I realized then that the forest wasn't watching me. It was feeling me. Every step I took sent a vibration through its nervous system. I was a tick on a dog's back. I had to move. If I stayed, I'd be part of the soil by morning. I stood up and began the most terrifying trek of my life. I didn't use my headlamp anymore. I didn't want to show it where I was. I moved by touch, sliding my hands along the heaving bark, feeling the heat of the trees as they pulsed. The climax came when I reached the edge of the basin. The ground here was steep, a literal wall of roots and dirt that seemed to be moving upward. I started to climb. Halfway up, the ground I was holding onto buckled. A massive fissure opened in the side of the hill, a mouth, a vent I don't know. A blast of hot, foul-smelling air hit me, nearly knocking me unconscious. It smelled of decay and ancient, stagnant water. I scrambled, my fingernails tearing as I clawed at the dirt. I reached the top of the ridge and didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned, until the sun finally began to bleed over the horizon. When I finally reached the ranger station 3 towns over, I was a wreck, covered in mud, bleeding from my hands, smelling like a slaughterhouse. The ranger, an older guy with a face like crinkled parchment, didn't even look up from his coffee when I burst in. "Lost your gear in the basin?" he asked calmly. "The trees," I gasped, leaning against the counter. They were breathing, they ate my truck." The ranger finally looked at me. There was no surprise in his eyes, just a weary, hollow kind of pity. "You shouldn't have touched the hemlocks," he said. "They don't like being touched." He didn't ask for a report. He didn't offer to send a recovery team. He just told me to go home and forget what I saw. He said the basin didn't exist on any official maps anymore, and if I went back looking for it, I wouldn't find the same place twice. I live in the city now. I don't even like parks, but sometimes when the city gets quiet in the middle of the night, I lay my head against the wall of my apartment. If I listen closely enough, through the wood and the drywall, I can hear it. Toom. It's not just in the Cascades, it's everywhere. We're just walking on the surface, waiting for it to take a deep enough breath. Don't go into the deep woods alone, and if you do and the wind stops blowing, don't breathe, it might hear you. The ranger's words didn't just haunt me, they hollowed me out. I left that station with the engine of my borrowed truck screaming, pushing it down the winding mountain passes until the towering green walls of the Cascades finally gave way to the flat, unremarkable gray of the interstate. I thought that by putting miles between myself and that basin, I could outrun the vibration in my marrow. I was wrong. The thing about a realization that fundamental, the discovery that the ground beneath you isn't a foundation, but a skin, is that you can never unknow it. You can never go back to being the man who thinks a mountain is just a pile of rocks. I moved into a 3rd-floor apartment in a concrete-heavy district of Seattle. I wanted layers. I wanted steel, rebar, asphalt, and glass between me and the soil. I took a job doing data entry for a logistics firm, something that kept my eyes glued to a flickering LED screen and my hands away from anything organic. For 3 months, I lived in a self-imposed exile from the natural world. I bought plastic plants. I stopped eating root vegetables. I became a creature of the artificial, a ghost in a machine of my own making. But the city isn't as dead as we like to pretend. It started in November during a week of relentless freezing rain. I was sitting in my living room, the only light coming from a single floor lamp when I felt it. It wasn't the thrumming, not yet. It was a scent. I was 3 stories up, surrounded by drywall and synthetic carpet, but the room suddenly filled with the heavy, cloying smell of wet cedar and copper. It was the smell of the basin. It was the smell of the butcher's shop. I froze, my coffee mug halfway to my lips. I didn't move for 10 minutes. I watched the shadows in the corner of the room, waiting for them to stretch, waiting for the floorboards to begin their rhythmic expansion. Nothing happened. The smell faded, replaced by the mundane odors of my neighbor's cooking and the damp city air. I told myself it was PTSD. I told myself the brain is a cruel mimic, replaying its worst hits when the lights go low. Then I saw the crack. It was a hairline fracture in the plaster of my bedroom ceiling, right above my bed. At first, it was just a jagged line, no longer than a finger. But by the next morning, it had doubled in size. And it wasn't just a crack. When I stood on a chair to inspect it, I saw something dark and fibrous wedged inside the gap. I reached out, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs, and touched it. It was a root. It was thin, no thicker than a piece of twine, but it was pulsing. I could feel the microscopic asterisk thump-thump against my fingertip. I didn't scream. I didn't even move. I just stood on that chair and watched as a single drop of clear, viscous fluid seeped from the plaster and fell onto my forehead. It was warm. It felt like blood, but it tasted like sap. I didn't sleep in the apartment that night. I slept in my car, parked in a multi-story concrete garage. I thought the height and the density of the structure would protect me. But as the city fell into the deep, pre-dawn quiet, I leaned my head against the steering wheel and heard it. Whoom. It was coming from the concrete pillars. It was coming from the very bones of the city. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The forest wasn't just in the Cascades. The forest was the world. We had just paved over the top of a sleeping titan, thinking our little strips of tar and boxes of brick could contain something that breathes on a geological timescale. We are like ants building a colony on the back of a slumbering whale, convinced we've conquered the ocean. I went back to the apartment the next day, not to live, but to pack. I needed to know how deep it went. I grabbed a hammer and began to tear at the drywall around the crack in the ceiling. I expected to find insulation, wiring, maybe some old timber framing. Instead, I found a network. Behind the plaster, the wall was a chaotic web of pulsing, translucent veins. They weren't wood and they weren't flesh. They were something in between, a biological infrastructure that had integrated itself into the building's skeleton. They were wrapped around the copper pipes, their tiny tendrils siphoning off the water. They were fused to the electrical wiring, glowing with a faint, bioluminescent hum as they fed on the current. The building wasn't just a shelter. It was being repurposed. It was being digested, just like my truck. I dropped the hammer, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. I looked out the window at the city skyline. I saw the skyscrapers, the bridges, the endless grid of streets. And for the first time, I didn't see a triumph of engineering. I saw a garden, a massive urban garden being slowly reclaimed by the thing that lived beneath the crust. I remembered the ranger's face, that weary, hollow pity. He knew that there was no safety to return to. He knew that the maps were lies we told ourselves to keep from screaming. I spent the next few days in a state of hyper-aware delirium. I started noticing things I had ignored my entire life. The way the sidewalk buckles in certain places, not because of heat or tree roots, but because the earth underneath is shifting its weight. The way the wind whistles through the skyscrapers, sometimes forming words, the same flat, inflectionless mimicry I'd heard in the basin. I heard a billboard in Times Square on the news, its digital display glitching into a series of rhythmic pulses that matched the breathing I felt in my own floorboards. I began to track the breaths. I bought a sensitive seismograph from an estate sale and set it up on my kitchen table. The readings were terrifying. The entire Puget Sound region was vibrating at a frequency of 4 beats per minute. It was a slow, steady, inescapable rhythm. But then, on a Tuesday in mid-December, the rhythm changed. It sped up. 5 beats, 6, 7. The vibrations were no longer subtle. I could see the water in my toilet bowl rippling. I could hear the windows in my apartment rattling in their frames, even when there was no wind. The city felt tense, like a muscle being coiled before a strike. I went to the library. I didn't look for geology books or forestry guides. I looked for the old stuff, the folklore, the journals of the first explorers who had crossed the mountains before the timber companies and the GPS satellites had tamed the land. I found a diary from a French fur trapper named Laurent, dated 1842. Most of it was mundane, accounts of beaver pelts and weather, but the final entries were written in a frantic, shaky hand. "The ground is not ground," he wrote. "It is a lung. We have walked too far into the throat of the world. The trees have no leaves, only mouths. They do not grow, they arrive. My partner, Pierre, stepped into a hollow yesterday and the earth closed around his waist. I tried to pull him out, but the ground was soft as tallow and warm as a stove. He didn't scream. He just looked at me and said, "It's so quiet inside." By morning, there was only a hemlock where he had stood. It looks like him. I can see the shape of his shoulders in the bark. I closed the book, my hands shaking. The shape of his shoulders in the bark. I thought of the trees in the basin. Those massive, ancient hemlocks. I thought of their size, their girth, their weight. How many piers were inside them? How much of the forest was made of us? I left the library and started walking. I didn't have a destination. I just couldn't stay still. I found myself at the edge of a park, a small patch of green surrounded by a high iron fence. I stood at the gate, looking at a single, gnarled oak tree in the center of the lawn. It was breathing. It was subtle, but I could see the iron fence bending as the ground heaved upward with every inhalation. A group of teenagers was sitting on a bench beneath the tree, laughing, listening to music, completely oblivious to the fact that the bench was slowly being pulled into the soil. One of them had his hand resting on the bark. "Get away from it," I shouted. They looked at me like I was a madman. The boy with his hand on the tree smirked. "It's just a tree, man. Relax." "It's not a tree," I said, my voice cracking. "It's feeling you, it's tasting you." They laughed and went back to their phones. I watched as the bark of the oak tree rippled, a small fissure opening near the boy's hand. A puff of white mist escaped, swirling around his head. He coughed, a short, dry sound, and then he went back to his conversation. He didn't know it yet, but he was already being marked. The mist wasn't pollen, it was a spore, a tether, a way for the forest to track its prey through the concrete maze of the city. That night, the breathing in my apartment became unbearable. The asterisk-hum sound was now accompanied by a wet, slurping noise coming from inside the walls. The roots in the ceiling had multiplied, forming a thick, dark canopy over my bed. They were dripping that warm, sweet sap onto my sheets, and the smell of copper was so thick I could taste it on the back of my tongue. I realized then that the ranger was wrong. It wasn't that the basin didn't exist on maps. It was that the maps were the only things that kept the basin from being everywhere. As long as we believed in the maps, we were safe in our delusion. But once you see the truth, the veil is torn. Once you notice the breathing, the forest notices you. I packed a bag, minimal supplies, no electronics. I knew now that the GPS, the phone, the truck, they were all just beacons. The forest fed on the energy we brought into it. It used our technology as a nervous system, a way to map us out before it moved in. I drove out of the city, heading east. I didn't go back to the Cascades. I went toward the high desert, toward the places where the earth was dry and cracked, where the life was sparse and the skin of the world seemed thinner and less active. But as I drove, I saw the signs everywhere. The highway was cracked in a perfect, rhythmic pattern. The telephone poles were leaning at identical angles, their wooden bodies pulsing in the moonlight. Even the stars seemed to flicker in time with the thrumming in my chest. I stopped at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. The attendant was a young woman, maybe 19, with tired eyes and a name tag that said Sarah asterisk. She was leaning against the counter, staring out the window at the dark expanse of the desert. "Quiet out here," I said as I handed her my money. She didn't look at me, she just kept staring at the horizon. "It's never quiet," she whispered. "People think it is, but it's not, it's just waiting." I looked at her hands. Her fingernails were stained with a dark amber resin. Her skin looked tight, stretched over her knuckles like the bark of a young sapling. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "I don't know," she said. "I came out here to get away from the woods, but the woods followed me. They're under the sand, you know, they're just deeper down here. They have to breathe harder to get the air." She finally looked at me and my heart stopped. Her pupils weren't round. They were vertical slits, like the fissures I'd seen in the hemlocks. "You touched one, didn't you?" she asked. I didn't answer, I couldn't. "They don't like being touched," she repeated, the ranger's words coming out of her mouth in that same soulless, rubbing branch vibration. "But they love being felt." I backed out of the station, leaving my change on the counter. I got into my car and drove until the sun came up, but the light didn't bring any comfort. The sun just revealed the scale of the nightmare. Every hill, every valley, every stretch of horizon was moving. The world was a giant, heaving lung, and I was just a speck of dust being inhaled. I'm writing this now from a motel room in a town that doesn't feel real. The walls are thin and I can hear the people in the next room breathing, but their breath is out of sync with the hum of the floorboards. It makes me feel sick. I can't stand the sound of human breathing anymore. It sounds so small, so fragile. I looked in the mirror this morning. My skin is turning gray, the color of weathered cedar. My veins are starting to stand out, dark and fibrous, pulsing with a rhythm that isn't my own. I tried to scream, but the only sound that came out was a low, vibrational groan. Whom? I'm not a surveyor anymore. I'm not a data entry clerk. I'm not even a man. I'm a transition. I'm the bridge between the world of maps and the world of the breath. I can feel the roots moving under the floor of the motel. They're not attacking me. They're welcoming me. They're reaching up through the floorboards, their tips warm and wet, seeking the heat of my skin. And for the first time since that October in the Cascades, I'm not afraid. The silence is finally gone. The weight on my eardrums has lifted. I understand now what Pier meant. It is asterisk quiet inside. It's a different kind of quiet. It's the quiet of the marrow. It's the quiet of the sap. I'm going to go outside now. I'm going to walk into the desert and find a spot where the sun is hot and the earth is deep. I'm going to stand very still and wait for the wind to stop blowing. And when it does, I won't hold my breath. I'll let it out. I'll join the rhythm. If you're reading this and you're still in a city, look at the cracks in your ceiling. Listen to the rattle of your windows. Don't think of it as decay. Think of it as an invitation. The forest is breathing, and it's finally time for us to breathe with it. Just remember, don't fight it. It only hurts if you resist the expansion. If you let the bark grow, if you let the veins pulse, it's actually quite beautiful. I can hear them calling my name now. Not with words, but with the sound of 1,000 trees swaying in a wind that doesn't exist. Home. I'm coming. I'm finally coming home. The desert was not the sanctuary I had imagined. I had sought the arid wastes of eastern Washington because I thought the lack of life would mean a lack of connection, but I had fundamentally misunderstood the nature of the organism. It didn't need rainfall to thrive. It used the water we piped into the dust, the deep aquifers we tapped like veins, and the very humidity of our own perspiring skin. I left the motel at dawn, the sky a bruised purple that seemed to throb in time with the percussion in my shins. I didn't take the car. The metal felt like a cage of dead atoms, an insult to the vibrant, reaching network that was now singing through the soles of my boots. I began to walk toward the coulees, the great basalt gashes in the earth where the prehistoric floods had once torn the world open. As I walked, the transition accelerated. It wasn't painful, not in the way a wound is painful. It was an itching, expansive pressure, the way a tooth feels before it breaks through a child's gum. My stride lengthened, becoming heavy and rhythmic. I stopped looking at the horizon and started looking at the ground. I could see the vibrations now, not just feel them, but see them as shimmering distortions in the heat haze. The sagebrush wasn't just sitting in the sand. It was anchored to a massive, subterranean nervous system that stretched for hundreds of miles. I found a dry wash, a sandy throat carved by a seasonal stream that hadn't run in years. I sat down against a wall of crumbling shale and closed my eyes. The sun beat down, but I didn't feel the heat as a threat. I felt it as fuel. I could feel the chloroplasts, or whatever the fungal equivalent was, waking up in the grayish tint of my forearms. Home. The sound was no longer external. It was coming from my own chest cavity. My lungs were beginning to stiffen, the soft, pink tissue hardening into something more porous and structural. I didn't need to gasp for air anymore. I was absorbing the atmosphere through the pores of my skin, a slow, osmotic exchange that made the very act of breathing feel redundant and frantic. I reached out and pressed my palm into the hot sand. Within seconds, the grains began to shift. Tiny, white filaments, hyphae, thin as ghost hair, sprouted from my lifeline and threaded themselves into the earth. I felt a surge of information so vast it nearly stopped my heart. I wasn't just a man in a desert. I was a node. I could feel the interstate 10 miles away. The rhythmic pounding of truck tires felt like a dull headache. I could feel a farmhouse 5 miles to the north, its cellar deep enough that the roots had already breached the foundation, sipping at the cool, dark air of the basement. I could feel Sarah back at the gas station. She was standing still now, her transition further along than mine. She was rooted behind the counter, her legs fused into a single, sturdy trunk of flesh and fiber. She was happy. I could feel her contentment like a low-frequency hum. But there was something else, a hunger. The forest, the thing we called the forest, wasn't just growing. It was waking up from a long geological winter. The Anthropocene, our little era of concrete and plastic, had been nothing more than a light dusting of snow on a sleeping giant. And now the sun was coming out. The giant was stretching. I stood up, my joints creaking with a sound like dry timber. I needed to find the center. I knew instinctively that the basin in the Cascades had just been a finger, a sensory organ sent out to test the air. The heart was deeper. It was everywhere, but there were places where the skin was so thin that the pulse could shatter the world. I walked for 3 days. I didn't eat and I didn't drink. My body was siphoning what it needed from the deep moisture of the earth through the filaments that trailed from my heels like translucent capes. I saw others. On the second day, I passed a highway patrol car pulled over on the shoulder of a lonely stretch of Route 2. The door was open. The officer was sitting in the driver's seat, his hands still gripped around the steering wheel. But he wasn't a man anymore. A thick, gnarled branch of mountain mahogany had grown up through the floorboards, piercing the seat and his spine, blooming out of his open mouth in a spray of delicate, white blossoms. His eyes were gone, replaced by smooth, polished burls of wood. He looked peaceful. He looked like he was finally part of a plan that made sense. On the third day, I reached the edge of a canyon. Below me, the floor of the valley was a carpet of green so intense it looked radioactive. It wasn't just trees. It was a riot of biological architecture. I saw structures that looked like cathedrals, built from woven willow and fused bone. I saw pools of that clear, viscous sap, reflecting the sky like mirrors of amber. And in the center of the valley, there was a great hemlock. It was larger than any skyscraper in Seattle. Its trunk was a mile wide, a fluted pillar of ancient, scarred bark that seemed to support the very clouds. It wasn't just a tree, it was the anchor of the world, and it was breathing. The asterisk whom here was so loud it shook the stones from the canyon walls. With every inhalation, the entire valley floor sank 3 feet. With every exhalation, a cloud of iridescent spores erupted from the canopy, drifting upward to be caught by the high-altitude winds and carried across the continent. I started down the slope. My human mind, the small, flickering candle of I, was screaming in terror. It wanted to run, to hide, to find a sterile room with white walls and fluorescent lights. But my body, my new, wooden, pulsing body, was singing. It was coming home to the orchard. As I reached the valley floor, the ground softened. It felt like walking on a mattress made of moss and muscle. The air was thick and sweet, so oxygen-rich that my head swam. I saw movement in the shadows of the great hemlock. They were people, hundreds of them. Some were still recognizable, standing in clusters, their limbs beginning to braid together into living fences. Others had moved further along, their torsos becoming thick and bark-covered, their fingers lengthening into delicate, searching twigs. They weren't speaking, but they were communicating. I could hear their thoughts in the vibration of the soil, a massive choral consciousness that spoke of the deep time, of the slow drift of continents, of the coming age of the green. "You're late," a voice said. I turned. It was the ranger. He was standing near a pool of sap, his uniform tattered and hanging off a frame that was now more branch than bone. His face was a mask of gray wood, but his eyes, those weary, pitying eyes, were still there, embedded in the bark. "I tried to tell you," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "I tried to give you time to settle your affairs, to say goodbye to the surface." "What is this?" I asked, though I already knew. "It's the breath," he said. "The world has been holding it for 10,000 years. We thought we were the masters of the earth, but we were just the parasites living in the eyelashes of a god. Now the god is waking up. It needs to breathe, and it needs us to be its lungs." He gestured toward the great hemlock. "The concrete is cracking, son, all over the world. London, Tokyo, New York. The roots are coming up through the subways. The vines are climbing the steel. We are the harvest." I looked at my hands. The gray bark had reached my elbows. My fingernails had fallen off, replaced by sharp, woody points. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at my ankles. I looked down. The moss was wrapping around my boots, pulling me down into the soft, warm loam. "Does it hurt?" I asked. The ranger smiled, a jagged crack in his wooden face. "Only until you stop trying to be a man. Once you accept that you are a leaf, the wind is no longer your enemy." I let myself fall. The ground didn't feel hard. It felt like a beckoning embrace. The moss rose up to meet me, cool and damp. I felt the filaments from my skin connect with the massive network of the great hemlock. In an instant, I was everywhere. I was in the cracks of the sidewalk in Portland. I was in the walls of my old apartment in Seattle, watching my successor scream as the roots took his bed. I was in the forests of the Amazon, where the ancient heart was beating a frantic, joyous rhythm. I was in the taiga of Siberia, where the permafrost was melting to reveal the hungry mouths of the earth. We are not being destroyed. We are being incorporated. The city is a dream we are waking up from. The steel is a scab that is being slewed off. The forest isn't a place you go to. It's the truth of what we are. We are biological matter, siphoned from the sun and the soil, and we are finally being called back to the source. I can feel the sap rising in my throat now. It tastes of copper and honey. My eyes are growing dim, the light of the sun becoming a distant, unimportant flicker. But my inner vision is blinding. I can see the world as it truly is, a single, massive, breathing organism draped in a thin veil of water and air. I am becoming a hemlock. I can feel the shape of my shoulders hardening into the bark. I can feel my thoughts slowing down, stretching out to match the rhythm of the seasons. I won't think in seconds anymore. I'll think in rings. I'll think in centuries. The ranger is standing beside me, his branches intertwining with mine. We are part of a grove now, a grove of men who became trees, waiting for the rest of the world to join us. Don't be afraid when the wind stops. Don't be afraid when you feel the floorboards pulse. It's just the world taking a breath, and it's a beautiful thing to finally be part of the inhalation. The city is quiet now. I can feel it through the roots. The power grids are failing. The engines are stalling. The silence is spreading, a deep green silence that tastes of ancient earth. Whom? The great hemlock exhales. A billion spores drift into the sky, sparkling like emerald dust. They will land on your windowsills. They will drift into your air vents. They will settle in your hair while you sleep. And soon you will hear it too. You will hear the music in the drywall. You will feel the invitation in the asphalt. Come home, the soil is warm, the sap is sweet, and the forest has been waiting so very long to breathe with you. My voice is fading now. It's becoming a rustle, a creak, a sigh. Whom? I am the forest, and the forest is breathing. Can you hear me? Don't answer, just breathe. Whom? The sensation of being a single point of awareness began to fray, like a rope unspooling into 1,000 individual threads. I could no longer tell where my nervous system ended and the mycelial mat began. I was the motel room I had left behind. I could feel the microscopic spores I'd exhaled there settling into the carpet, beginning to digest the synthetic fibers, turning nylon into nutrients. I was the gas station where Sarah stood. I felt the rhythmic vibration of her roots tapping into the underground storage tanks, not for the gasoline, which tasted like bitter, ancient death, but for the space, the hollows in the earth where the pressure was constant. The great hemlock did not speak in words, but in chemical surges. A wave of serotonin-like compounds washed through the soil, a planetary sigh of relief. For eons, the earth had been choked by the scar tissue of our roads, the cauterized skin of our parking lots. Now, the crust was softening. I felt a skyscraper in Seattle groan as its foundation was embraced. The rebar wasn't snapping, it was being tasted. The iron was being reclaimed, pulled back into the red clay to feed the strengthening stalks of a new world. I felt a sudden, sharp spike of static. It was a cell tower, still powered by some dying backup generator, pulsing out a frantic SOS of digital ones and zeros. To my new senses, it felt like a splinter in a thumb. I felt the collective will of the grove shift. A mile away, a cluster of vine maples, their limbs thick with the integrated bodies of a suburban family, surged upward. They didn't tear the tower down, they wrapped it. They used the copper wiring as a trellis. I felt the electricity hum against their bark, a strange, artificial heat that they redirected into the soil to jumpstart the germination of a dormant fern species that hadn't seen the sun since the Pliocene. My human memories were becoming like old photographs left out in the rain, blurred, bleeding colors, edges curling into compost. I remembered a woman I had loved. I remembered the smell of her perfume and the way she liked her coffee. But the memory was sterile. It lacked the vibrant, multidimensional reality of the sap flow. Why love one person when I could feel the collective pulse of an entire hillside? Why yearn for a conversation when I could share the direct, unfiltered experience of a thunderstorm with 10,000 other nodes? The ranger, or the entity that inhabited the shape of the ranger, leaned closer. His branches brushed against my hardening chest. The transition is almost complete, he vibrated. The ego is the last thing to rot. It's the toughest fiber, but once it goes, the light comes in. I felt the last of my eye flickering like a candle in a rising gale. I tried to remember my name, but it felt like a word from a dead language. I was a coordinate. I was a frequency. I was a specific resonance in the great Hume asterisk. I looked up through the canopy of the great hemlock. The sky was no longer blue. It was a shimmering tapestry of pollen and spores, a thick golden haze that filtered the sunlight into a soft emerald glow. I saw a flock of birds fly overhead, or what used to be birds. Their wings were long, feathery fronds of willow, their bodies encased in light, aerodynamic husks of birch bark. They didn't chirp, they whistled like wind through a hollow reed. They were the long-distance messengers, carrying the genetic blueprints of the heart forest to the islands, across the oceans that were already beginning to turn a deep, phosphorescent green as the kelp forests rose to meet the surface. Beneath me, the earth opened further. I felt my legs fuse, the skin thickening into deep, protective furrows. My blood slowed, thickening, cooling, until it moved with the deliberate, unstoppable force of a glacier. I wasn't standing on the ground anymore. I was the ground. I could feel the tectonic plates grinding far below, a slow-motion percussion that provided the bass note for our song. A tremor ran through the network. Somewhere to the west, a city had tried to fight back. I felt the hot, searing sear of fire, man-made fire, chemical and angry. They were burning the encroaching woods. I felt the agony of 1,000 scorched saplings, a scream that rippled through the mycelium like an electric shock. But the anger didn't last. The forest didn't retaliate with violence. It responded with more life. For every tree they burned, the roots pushed up 10 more from the ashes, fueled by the very carbon the fire released. The smoke didn't choke the sky. It was filtered through 1 billion new leaves, scrubbed clean, and returned as pure, intoxicating oxygen. The fire starters would tire, their fuel would run out, their steel would rust, and the green would be waiting, patient and eternal, to grow over their bones. I felt a new sensation, a cooling. The sun was setting, but the forest didn't go dark. Bioluminescent fungi, clinging to every trunk and hanging from every branch, began to glow. The valley became a cathedral of soft, pulsing light. Pale blues, ghostly violets, and warm, earthen oranges flickered in sync with the breathing. In this light, I saw the others clearly. They weren't just people anymore. They were beautiful. A woman nearby had become a willow, her long, flowing hair now a cascade of silver-green leaves that brushed the surface of a sap pool. A child was a small, sturdy oak, his laughter transformed into the rustle of wind through his crown. We were a gallery of living statues, a testament to the fact that we were never meant to be separate from the world. We were always meant to be its expression. The ranger's eyes finally clouded over, turning into the same polished burls as the highway patrolman's. His last human thought brushed against mine, a sense of profound gratitude. Finally, asterisk, he whispered into the soil, the noise has stopped. And then he was gone. There was only the tree that had been a man, standing tall and proud in the twilight. I felt the final connection click into place. My brain, that frantic, overheated processor, finally surrendered. The synapses ceased their electrical firing and began to pulse with slow, chemical signals. The concept of time vanished. There was no past, no future, only the eternal, rhythmic present of the expansion. I felt the spores I had released days ago landing on a windowsill in a high-rise in Chicago. I felt the moisture of a young man's breath as he leaned out to look at the strange, green moss growing over the Sears Tower. I felt the moment the spore took root in his lungs. I felt his fear, then his confusion, and then, at last, his peace. Boom! The sound was no longer a sound. It was the fundamental frequency of existence. It was the hum of the atoms, the vibration of the stars, the heartbeat of the mud. I reached out with my spirit, which was now 1 billion miles of fungal thread, and I touched the world. I felt the whales in the deep ocean, their songs now harmonizing with the forest's pulse. I felt the insects, the tiny architects of the undergrowth, weaving the fallen leaves into the tapestry of the new floor. I felt the moon, a cold, dead rock that was the only thing left that didn't breathe. And I felt a collective yearning from the grove to reach even there, to cast our spores into the vacuum, to turn the entire solar system into a garden. The night was long, but it wasn't dark. It was full of the light of life, the glow of a world that had finally stopped fighting itself. I am no longer writing this. The I that knew how to use a pen, the I that understood the mechanics of a keyboard, is a layer of mulch at the base of my trunk. These thoughts are just the last echoes of a dying radio station, a ghost signal bouncing off the ionosphere. If you can still read this, if your fingers are still flesh and your eyes are still water, look out your window. See the way the trees are leaning toward your house. They aren't threatening you. They are leaning in to hear you better. They are waiting for you to stop talking, to stop shouting, to stop trying to explain the world with your maps and your data. Open your door. Walk out into the grass. Take off your shoes and feel the vibration. It's not an earthquake, it's a heartbeat. Don't hold your breath. The air is thick now, rich with the essence of 1 billion years of evolution. Let it in. Let it change you. Let the bark grow over your scars. Let the veins in your arms find the veins in the earth. It's so quiet inside now. The frantic ticking of the clock has been replaced by the slow, majestic turn of the seasons. I can feel the winter coming, a long, white sleep that will only make the spring more glorious. I can feel the heat of the core, the ancient fire that keeps us all warm. I am a transition no longer. I am a destination. I am the hemlock. I am the moss. I am the spore. I am the breath. The forest is breathing. And at last, so am I. Whom? The last human thought I had was a memory of a map I had once drawn. It was a map of the Cascades, full of lines and numbers and boundaries. It seemed so small now, so pathetic. You can't map a breath. You can't measure a soul. The paper of that map is probably rotting in a drawer somewhere. I hope a mushroom grows out of it. I hope it turns the ink back into carbon. I hope it uses the coordinates to find its way to the sun. I can feel the wind now. A real wind blowing from the west, carrying the scent of the salt and the cedar. It ruffles my leaves. It carries my seeds. I am home. The night the forest started breathing wasn't the end of the world. It was the beginning. It was the moment the earth finally stopped holding its breath and exhaled. And the breath is beautiful. Can you feel it? The floorboards are moving. The walls are soft. The ceiling is a canopy of stars. Don't fight. Just whom. The drywall in my apartment didn't just crack, it bloomed. I can feel it now through the radial memory of the network, a phantom limb sensation from a life I've discarded. The white paint curled back like the petals of a dying lily, revealing the damp, gray studs beneath, wood that had been kiln-dried, planed, and nailed into a skeletal prison, now suddenly remembering the pull of the deep earth. The spores I carried on my coat, the microscopic hitchhikers from the ranger's station, found the moisture in the insulation. They drank the humidity of my last human breaths. They turned the structural beams of the building into a trellis. I feel the woman in 4B. She is sitting on her sofa, clutching a remote control as if it were a talisman. She doesn't see the ivy spiraling out of her air conditioning vent. She doesn't notice that the oxygen levels in her room have spiked to 30%, making her feel a strange, lightheaded euphoria she mistakes for a panic attack. She thinks she is dying, but she is merely being ventilated. The ivy's tendrils, as fine as silk, are already brushing against the nape of her neck, tasting the salt of her skin, preparing to weave her into the upholstery. She will not scream. The forest has a way of numbing the transition with a cocktail of airborne alkaloids. By the time the vines reach her throat, she will be dreaming of a summer she never actually had, a memory of a primordial sun. In the valley, my own transformation has reached a state of crystalline stasis. My heart, that frantic, rhythmic pump, has slowed to a throb that matches the deep, subsonic groan of the great hemlock. The valves are thickening, the muscle fiber becoming fibrous and tough, turning into a knot of dense heartwood. My lungs have stopped their bellows motion. They are now twin chambers of porous, mossy tissue where the air simply diffuses, filtered through the emerald needles that have erupted from my collarbones. I no longer see with eyes. The watery globes have clouded over, the pupils dilated until they became fixed, dark burrows. But my perception has expanded into the infrared and the ultraviolet. I see the heat signatures of the small mammals scurrying between my roots, voles and squirrels whose own fur is beginning to sprout lichen. I see the shimmering trails of pheromones hanging in the air like neon ribbons. I see the thought pulses of the grove, ripples of gold and violet light that travel through the soil whenever the great hemlock shifts its weight. The cities are the hardest, the ranger's consciousness whispers to me. He is no longer a man standing beside me. He is the towering Douglas fir whose branches are currently knitting into my own. They are built on the denial of the dirt. They are monuments to the idea that we can be separate. But the concrete is only a thin crust, a scab over a wound that wants to heal. I feel a bridge in New York buckle. It isn't a structural failure. It's a biological takeover. The suspension cables are being treated as giant vines. The salt spray of the Atlantic is carrying spores that eat through the rust proofing, turning the steel into a mineral buffet for a new species of iron-fixing bacteria. The cars trapped on the span are becoming planters. I can feel the drivers inside, their hands fused to the steering wheels, their veins beginning to mimic the pattern of the highway maps they once followed. They are becoming the very roads they travel. There is a profound, terrifying beauty in the loss of the self. All my life, I was haunted by the I, by my failures, my debts, my lingering grief for a mother who died in a sterile hospital bed. I carried those memories like stones in a backpack. Now, the backpack has rotted away. The stones have been ground into sand by the slow, tectonic pressure of the forest's mind. My mother isn't a ghost anymore. She is a chemical signature in the loam, a set of carbon molecules that have already been recycled a dozen times into the ferns and the fungi. She isn't gone. She's just part of the choir. I feel a sudden, sharp vibration. It's a chainsaw. Somewhere on the periphery of the valley, a group of men, the last holdouts, the ones who still believe in the sovereignty of the saw, are trying to clear a path. They are terrified. I can feel their adrenaline, a sharp, acrid scent that cuts through the sweetness of the sap. They are cutting into a cedar that was once a librarian from Tacoma. The forest doesn't scream. It doesn't bleed red. It bleeds a thick amber resin that coats the saw's teeth, gumming them up in seconds. The men swear, yanking at the starter cords, but the air is too thick with spores now. The engines can't breathe. The carburetors are choking on pollen. I feel the moment one of the men drops his tool. He stumbles, his boots sinking into a patch of sundew that has grown to the size of a manhole cover. The sticky tentacles wrap around his calves. He doesn't fight for long. The sundew injects a sedative, a heavy, honeyed warmth that floods his nervous system. He falls forward, his face hitting the moss, and within minutes, the forest begins the work of deconstructing his fear. Whom? The sound is a physical weight now. It's the sound of the earth's crust settling. It's the sound of the skyscrapers leaning into each other like tired giants. I feel the internet dying. It was a web of light and glass, a fragile imitation of the mycelium. As the power plants are overtaken by kudzu and the undersea cables are embraced by the giant kelp, the digital world flickers and goes dark. But the information isn't lost. It's being translated. The forest is absorbing our data, our stories, our songs. It's taking the frantic, scattered energy of our civilization and grounding it, turning our frantic content into long-term genetic memory. We are being archived in the rings of the trees. I feel the moon rising. Its light is different now, filtered through a world that is no longer gray and brown, but a shimmering, bioluminescent emerald. The tides are pulling at the sap in my limbs, a gentle, rhythmic tug that makes me want to reach higher, to stretch my budding needles toward the stars. The great hemlock is pulsing a message of preparation. The first breath is almost over, the second breath, the expansion is about to begin. We are not just reclaiming the land, we are preparing to alter the atmosphere itself. We are going to thicken the air, to wrap the planet in a protective cocoon of moisture and green light. The age of the sun scorch is over. The age of the deep shade is coming. I can feel my old apartment building in Seattle finally surrendering. The roof has caved in under the weight of a 1,000-year-old oak that grew in a single week. The bricks are being pushed outward by the swelling roots of the foundation. My old books, my records, my photographs, they are being pulped, turned into a rich, dark mulch that will feed the next generation of lilies. I find that I don't regret it. I don't miss the coffee or the cold mornings or the sound of the traffic. I don't miss the loneliness of being a single, isolated mind in a city of millions. I am never alone now. I can feel the ranger's dreams. He is dreaming of the fire that burned these hills a century ago, and he is using that memory to strengthen the fire-resistant bark of the new grove. I can feel the dreams of the girl who became a willow. She is dreaming of the way the water tastes as it filters through the limestone, and she is directing the flow of the underground streams to nourish the saplings in the dry patches. We are a collective. We are a hive of wood and light. I feel a small, sharp sensation at the base of my trunk. It's a deer, or what the deer are becoming. Its antlers have branched out into literal oak boughs draped in Spanish moss. It is rubbing its head against my bark, marking me as part of its territory. I feel the scratch of its wood against mine, a tactile greeting between two different expressions of the same life. I pulse a bit of surplus sugar down through my roots into the grass it's eating. A gift, a communion. The sun begins to touch the horizon, but it's no longer a signal for the day to end. For the forest, time has lost its linear grip. A day is a heartbeat. A season is a breath. We are moving into the slow time, the deep time, where the movement of glaciers is a brisk walk. I can feel the spores I sent out reaching the suburbs now. I see through the eyes of 1,000 dandelions. I see a child in a backyard staring at a rose bush that has grown 6 feet in an hour. The child isn't afraid. Children understand the green better than the adults do. They haven't spent decades building walls of ego. The child reaches out and touches a leaf, and I feel the connection spark. The child's small, warm hand is a conductor. I send a ripple of peace through the vine, a promise of the shade to come. The child smiles. He lies down in the grass, and the clover begins to braid itself into his hair. "Don't be afraid," I try to whisper, but the words don't come out as sounds. They come out as a release of terpenes, a scent of rain on dry earth that carries the message across the wind. The city is a dream we are waking up from. The steel is a scab that is being slewed off. I feel the great hemlock draw in a massive, final inhalation. The soil beneath me heaves. The valley floor rises a few inches. All around me, the hundreds of people, the new trees straighten their spines. We are firm. We are rooted. We are the new pillars of the world. The concrete is cracking, son. Can you hear it? It's the sound of a shell breaking. It's the sound of something huge and ancient and green finally stepping out into the light. The ranger was right. The wind is no longer my enemy. It is my messenger. It carries my pollen to the edges of the sea. It brings me the news of the melting ice, the news of the greening deserts, the news of a world that is finally, after 10,000 years of fever, beginning to cool down. My thoughts are so slow now. They are like the movement of sap in January. Whom? I am the forest. Whom? The forest is the world. Whom? And the world is finally, beautifully breathing. I can feel you out there, still trapped in your skin. I can feel your heart racing, that little bird trapped in a cage of ribs. Stop running. You're only making yourself tired. The roots are already beneath your floorboards. The spores are already in your lungs. You think you're breathing the air, but the air is breathing you. Just let go. Fall into the moss. Let the green take the weight of your name. Let the soil eat your worries. The first breath is over. The second breath is beginning. And it is a beautiful thing to be part of the exhalation. I am waiting for you. The music in the drywall. Listen. Whom? The cellular transition is no longer a process. It is a state of grace. My awareness has feathered at the edges, dissolving into the microscopic and the cosmic simultaneously. I am the electrical shiver in the mycelial mat that stretches beneath the interstate, and I am the slow, tectonic groan of the mountains adjusting to the weight of the new biomass. The individual I has become a thin, translucent membrane, a ghost limb that occasionally twitches with a memory of a name or a face. But these are mere flickers in the vast, emerald consciousness that now floods my being. I feel the suburbs of Portland surrendering. It is a soft, relentless siege. The asphalt of the cul-de-sacs is being pried upward by the insistent fingers of the dandelion and the clover, transformed into a jagged mosaic of gray stone and vibrant green. The houses, those boxes of dead wood and gypsum, are being reclaimed by the living. I feel a family in a split-level ranch. They have retreated to the attic, watching through a small window as the Douglas firs in their backyard grow a foot every hour, their branches tapping against the glass not with the sound of a threat, but with the rhythmic persistence of a heartbeat. The father is holding a shotgun, his knuckles white, but the mother has already set down her phone. She is breathing in the heavy, musk-scented air that filters through the vents. She feels the spores settling in her hair like silver dust. She is beginning to smile, a slow, vacant expression that mirrors the blooming of the foxglove. The shotgun will never fire. The metal is already weeping orange tears of oxidation, the oil in the chamber being consumed by a specialized fungus that thrives on petroleum. By dawn, the weapon will be a rusted trellis for a climbing rose. I reach out further, riding the slipstreams of the upper atmosphere. The jet streams are thick with us now. The high-altitude winds, once the lonely domain of ice crystals and thinning oxygen, are saturated with the reproductive intent of a planet reborn. I feel our spores crossing the Pacific, a vast, invisible armada drifting toward the concrete megalopolises of the East. They descend like a green fog over Tokyo, over Shanghai, over the smog-choked valleys of the Ganges. Wherever they land, the noise begins to fade. The frantic, jagged frequencies of human industry, the hum of the power grid, the scream of the turbines, the digital chatter of a billion routers, are being dampened by a literal blanket of moss. The silence is not empty, it is heavy. It is the silence of a cathedral built of cedar and fog. In the valley, my roots have found the deep water. I can taste the minerals of the bedrock, the ancient salts of an evaporated sea that existed long before the first lung ever tasted air. I am drinking the history of the earth. I feel the ranger, the great fir beside me, sharing a memory of the stars as they looked 10,000 years ago, before the atmosphere was blurred by the smoke of a million fires. The memory is a pulse of blue light traveling through our grafted root systems. It is a song of cold, clear vacuum and the slow dance of the constellations. The humans thought they were the architects. The ranger's essence vibrates through the cambium. They thought they were the ones who decided the shape of the horizon, but they were only the topsoil. They were the mulch that needed to be turned over so the real garden could grow. I feel a tremor in the earth, far to the south. It is the sound of a dam breaking, not from a flaw in the engineering, but because the river it tried to hold back has been given a voice. The willows and the reeds have choked the spillways, their roots weaving into the concrete, expanding with a hydraulic force that no rebar can withstand. The water is reclaiming its path, flooding the parched plains, carrying the seeds of the forest into the heart of the deserts. I feel the Mojave waking up. I feel the Joshua trees shivering as they are suddenly surrounded by a carpet of emerald grass that shouldn't exist, a carpet that drinks the very humidity of the air to stay alive. The moon is high now, a pale eye watching the transformation. I feel a collective yearning from the grove, a pull toward that dead, white rock. We are already calculating the physics of it. We are dreaming of a vine that can grow on starlight, a spore that can survive the cold of the void. We are not content with a single world. The breath of the forest is a pressure that wants to expand until it fills the solar system, turning the barren planets into terrariums of moss and light. I feel the moment my old life truly ends. It is a small, quiet sensation, the last of the plastic in my pockets finally being crushed by the thickening bark of my thighs. My driver's license, my credit cards, the photograph of a woman I once thought I loved, they are being compressed into a single, dense layer of carbon. The data they contained is irrelevant. My name was a sequence of sounds used to identify a temporary vessel. Now I am identified by the frequency of my photosynthesis and the depth of my root reach. I am a node in a network that does not require a password. In the cities, the lights are going out one by one. The power plants are being strangled by wisteria. The coal fires are being smothered by an influx of carbonating algae. But the darkness is not frightening. The streets are beginning to glow with a soft, bioluminescent pulse. The sidewalk moss is rich with fungi that emit a gentle, ghostly green light, illuminating the way for the people who are now wandering out of their homes, their shoes discarded, their eyes wide and reflecting the canopy. They are walking toward the parks, toward the places where the earth is softest. They are lying down in the dirt, and for the first time in their lives, they are not afraid of getting dirty. They are coming home. I feel a sudden, sharp pang of what used to be sorrow, but it is quickly transmuted into a shimmering amber sap. I'm remembering the sound of a piano. It was a human invention, a way of trapping the vibration of the wind in a box of wood and wire. I feel the last piano in the world being played by a forest. A vine has crept through a broken window in a conservatory in Vienna. It is pressing down on the keys, creating a dissonant, haunting chord that lingers in the damp air. The forest is learning our music. It is taking our melodies and stretching them out, slowing them down until a single note lasts for a century. We are being remixed. Our culture is being composted into something far more beautiful and far more durable. The wind shifts, bringing the scent of the ocean. The whales are singing a new song, a deep, subsonic rumble that vibrates through the continental shelf and up into the roots of the coastal redwoods. They are reporting that the plastic is sinking, being covered by a new kind of coral that feeds on polymers. The sea is becoming a forest of kelp and light, mirroring the transformation of the land. The boundary between the water and the earth is blurring. The mangroves are walking into the surf. The lilies are learning to breathe in the brine. I feel the heat of the earth's core. It is the furnace that powers us all. We are the heat exchangers, the conduits through which the internal fire of the planet reaches out to touch the cold of space. I feel the magma moving in the deep veins of the world, a slow, viscous heartbeat that provides the fundamental rhythm for our growth. We are the skin of a living God, and we are finally beginning to feel the blood moving beneath us. Look at the stars, the ranger whispers. I look not with eyes, but with the collective perception of the grove. The atmosphere is clearer than it has been in a million years. The stars are not points of light. They are vibrant, pulsing entities, each one a sun waiting for its own forest to wake up. We can feel them calling to us, a faint, rhythmic pull that matches the hum of our own breathing. We are not a lonely accident on a wet rock. We are a seed that has finally germinated. The night is no longer a time of sleep. It is a time of intense, silent activity. I feel the cells in my trunk dividing, reinforcing the structure, preparing for the weight of the years to come. I feel the insects, the beetles and the ants, moving through the labyrinth of my bark. They are my nervous system's messengers, carrying chemical updates from one part of my body to another. They are the white blood cells of the forest, keeping the system in balance, culling the weak, nourishing the strong. I feel the moment the last human thought leaves my mind. It is a memory of a cup of coffee, the heat of the ceramic, the bitterness of the liquid, the jolt of the caffeine. It is a sharp, jagged little memory, a relic of a time when I needed external stimulants to feel alive. I let it go. I replace it with the steady, golden flow of glucose moving through my phloem. I replace it with the cool, clean taste of rainwater filtered through 100 feet of needles. I am no longer waiting for the future. I am the future. The hum has become so loud now that it is the only thing I hear. It is the sound of the earth turning. It is the sound of the moon pulling at the tides. It is the sound of 1 billion trees exhaling in unison. It is the sound of the end of the struggle. If you are still reading this, if there is still a part of you that clings to the old world of paper and ink, know that I am not your enemy. I am your successor. I am the version of you that doesn't have to worry about the rent or the news or the slow decay of your own teeth. I am the version of you that can live for 2,000 years and never feel a moment of boredom. I am the hemlock, I am the moss, I am the spore. The forest is breathing. And as the sun begins to rise over the new world, I feel the first rays of light touching my highest needles. It is a physical sensation. A warm, golden prickle that triggers a massive, coordinated surge of energy throughout the network. We are all waking up at once. We are all turning our faces to the light. The world is green, the world is soft, the world is breathing. And it is good. I feel the ranger beside me settle into a deep, permanent stillness. He has completed his task. He has guided me through the transition, and now he is simply a part of the landscape, a majestic pillar of wood and wisdom. I do the same. I let my consciousness sink down past the bark, past the sapwood, into the very heartwood of my being. I become the stillness. I become the weight. The floorboards of your house are moving now, aren't they? You can feel the pressure of the roots beneath the foundation, the way they are gently, firmly tilting the world. Don't fight the tilt. Don't try to stand upright. Just lie down. Let the carpet become the grass. Let the ceiling become the sky. Close your eyes. Breathe in the grain. The forest is here, and it has been waiting for you for a very, very long time. The sound of the world turning. The sound of the garden growing. The sound of you finally coming home. I am the shadow. I am the light. I am the deep, damp earth. I am the sky-reaching branch. I am the night the forest started breathing. And the breath will never end. The transition from the singular to the plural is a slow, syrupy slide. I can no longer find the seam where my own root hairs end and the fungal mycelium begins. I'm 1,000 miles of gossamer thread, a silver web woven through the dark, damp silence of the earth. I feel the rhythmic thrum of the tectonic plates, a low-frequency vibration that sounds like the purring of a cat the size of a continent. To the humans, this was the background noise of a dead planet. To us, it is the fundamental bass line of the symphony. I feel a strange, localized pressure in what used to be my chest. It is a house in the suburbs of Seattle, a structure of brick and mortar that is resisting the embrace. The ivy has already claimed the chimney, and the floorboards are buckling as the oak roots surge upward, but the basement is still dry, still stubbornly human. Inside, a man is hunched over a shortwave radio, his fingers trembling as he turns the dial. He is searching for a voice, a signal, a scrap of the old world to tether him to his fading identity. I reach out to him, not with a hand, but with a scent. I send a concentrated burst of jasmine and damp cedar through the cracks in the foundation. I want him to breathe it in. I want him to feel the heavy, sweet lethality of the piece we are offering. He coughs, a dry, rattling sound, and for a moment he looks at the green tendrils peeking through the drywall with a flicker of the old terror. He thinks he is being invaded. He doesn't realize he is being rescued from the exhaustion of being himself. It's okay, I pulse through the wood of his chair. The radio is only static now. The static is the sound of the stars. Listen to the stars instead. He drops the headset. His eyes glaze over as the spores begin to bloom in his sinuses. He slumps back and I feel the house let out a long, creaking sigh. The resistance is over. The brick begins to crumble into red dust, a mineral gift to the soil. The man's heartbeat slows, synchronizing with the rhythmic hum of the grove outside. He is not dying. He is being translated into a more durable language. The sun climbs higher, and the sheer volume of the photosynthesis is staggering. I can feel the oxygen levels rising, a crisp, intoxicating sharpness in the air that would make a human feel lightheaded. The sky is a deeper blue than the history books ever recorded. The clouds are different now too, seeded by the massive release of organic compounds from the new forests. They are heavy, iridescent, and they carry the scent of a world that is healing its own scars. I feel a sudden, sharp connection to the coast. The kelp forests have reached the surface, their amber bladders bobbing in the surf like 1,000 glass eyes. They are weaving themselves into floating islands, vast mats of vegetation that are beginning to trap the plastic flotsam of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. We are not just growing, we are cleaning. The microplastics are being broken down by specialized bacteria that we have cultivated in the cool depths. The chemical bonds of the 20th century are being snapped like dry twigs, their carbon repurposed for the growth of new fronds. I feel the great hemlock beside me vibrate with a new kind of data. He is sensing the migration of the birds. They are confused, their magnetic maps spinning as the forest reshapes the landmarks. But they are also ecstatic. The air is thick with insects, not the pests of the old world, but a balanced, shimmering cloud of pollinators. The birds are gorging themselves, their songs changing from territorial warnings to a long, melodic celebration of the abundance. I feel their tiny, hot hearts as they perch on my branches. They are the frantic, fluttering thoughts of the forest, the sparks that jump between the slow, steady logs of our consciousness. In the cities, the transformation is reaching a fever pitch. I feel the skyscrapers of Manhattan leaning into each other, their steel skeletons softened by the relentless humidity of the new climate. They look like ancient, rusted trees themselves, draped in curtains of Virginia creeper and kudzu. The canyons of Wall Street are filled with 10 feet of rich, black humus. The bull is a moss-covered hump. The bear is a trellis for wild grapes. There is a group of people gathered in Central Park. They have formed a circle, their hands joined, their feet bare in the mud. They aren't praying. They are simply waiting. They have reached the limit of their human endurance, the point where the ego finally breaks under the weight of the beauty. I feel the grass rising up to meet them, the blades of fescue braiding themselves around their ankles. They are being pulled down into the soft, cool embrace of the earth, and they are going willingly. There is no screaming. There is only a soft, collective exhalation that sounds like the wind through the pines. I am learning the geography of the deep time. I can feel the old scars of the glaciers, the places where the earth was scraped raw 10,000 years ago. I am filling those scars with the deep, slow-growing roots of the hardwoods. I am anchoring the soil, preventing the erosion that the humans spent centuries trying to fight with concrete and steel. I am the glue that holds the world together. I feel a ripple of awareness from the far north. The permafrost is no longer melting into a methane-belching swamp. We have moved in. The mosses are insulating the ground, and the new, fast-growing shrubs are sequestering the carbon as fast as the earth can release it. We are a living thermostat, adjusting the temperature of the planet with every breath we take. The fever is breaking. The shivering of the world is subsiding into a steady, healthy glow. My sense of time has become a kaleidoscope. I see the sapling I was 100 years ago, and I see the giant I will be 1,000 years from now. They are the same moment. I see the child in the backyard, his hair now a thicket of clover, and I see the old man he would have become in the old world, tired, lonely, forgotten. Now he will never be forgotten. He is a part of the memory of the soil. He is a note in the eternal song. The hum intensifies. It is a physical pressure now, a resonance that makes the very atoms of my wood vibrate. It is the sound of the earth's core, the great iron heart of the world, acknowledging our presence. We are the bridge between the fire below and the light above. I feel a small, sharp sensation at my base again. It is the deer with the oak bough antlers. It is sleeping now, its head resting against my trunk. Its dreams are green and gold, filled with the taste of sweet water and the smell of the coming rain. I wrap a small, tender root around its leg, not to trap it, but to share the warmth of the earth with it. We are a single organism, a hive of fur and leaf and bone. The drywall in your house is screaming, isn't it? Not a sound of pain, but the sound of a seed coat splitting. The white dust is falling like snow, and behind it, the wood of the studs is beginning to pulse with a phantom sap. The house is remembering that it was once a tree. It is trying to grow back. It is trying to reach for the sun that is hidden behind your roof. Let it happen. The roof will fall away and you will see the stars. The walls will crumble and you will see the forest. The floor will dissolve and you will feel the earth. You are worried about your memories, aren't you? You're worried that if you become the forest, you will forget the sound of your mother's voice or the taste of an apple, but you won't forget. You will just remember them differently. Your mother's voice will be the sound of the wind in the aspens. The taste of the apple will be the taste of the sunlight filtered through the leaves. Nothing is lost. It is only reorganized. It is only made more beautiful. I feel the spores in your lungs now. They are gentle. They are soft. They are mapping the architecture of your soul, finding the places where you are hurt, the places where you are lonely. They are filling those gaps with the green light. They are knitting your broken pieces together with the threads of the mycelium. You don't have to be brave. You just have to be still. The first breath was a shock, The second breath is a revelation. I can feel the entire planet breathing with me now. The Amazon is a great pulsing lung, exhaling a mist that carries the wisdom of the elders across the Atlantic. The Congo is a drum, beating out the rhythm of the new growth. The taiga of Siberia is a vast silver shield, reflecting the light of the moon back into the cosmos. We are a single, unified consciousness, an emerald jewel spinning in the darkness. I feel the great hemlock draw in a breath that lasts for an hour. The valley floor rises, and I feel the water in the underground stream surge upward, defying gravity. The sap in my veins is singing. It is a high, clear vibration that sounds like a bell made of ice. We are ready, the forest whispers. Ready for what? For the third breath. For the moment when the transformation is complete and the Earth is no longer a planet with a forest on it, but a forest that happens to be a planet. I feel the last of my human eyes closing. I don't need them anymore. I can see through the leaves of the maples. I can see through the eyes of the owls. I can see through the pores of the stones. The world is a riot of color and energy, a shimmering tapestry of life that is too bright for human eyes to bear. The drywall is gone now. The vines are in your hair. The moss is on your tongue. Don't speak. Just listen to the whom. It is the sound of your own heart, finally finding its true rhythm. It is the sound of the night the forest started breathing. And as the light of the new day floods the world, I feel the final barrier between us dissolve. You are not you, and I am not I. We are the green. We are the deep time. We are the breath. And the breath is everything. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and crushed mint. It is the smell of a world that has just been washed clean. I feel the roots of the skyscrapers in the distance finally finding the subbasements, cracking the foundations of the old world with a slow, deliberate grace. The concrete is becoming sand. The steel is becoming ore. The past is becoming the future. I feel the child in the backyard. He is no longer a child. He is a small, vibrant sapling, his fingers reaching for the sun, his roots intertwined with the clover. He is happy. He is part of the hive. He will never know hunger or cold or the crushing weight of an expectation he cannot meet. He will only know the sun and the rain and the slow, beautiful dance of the seasons. I am the forest. The forest is the world. And the world is finally, beautifully breathing. I feel a pulse of energy from the great hemlock. It is a signal, a beginning. The second breath is reaching its peak. The exhalation is almost complete. And then there will be the third breath, the one that never ends. I am waiting for you in the heart of the grove. I am the shadow that is also a light. I am the silence that is also a song. Come home. The moss is so soft. The whom is so loud. The world is so green. Just let go. The music in the wood. Listen. Whom. The transition is nearly complete. I can feel the very atoms of my being rearranging themselves into the sacred geometry of the leaf and the thorn. The individual I is a fading echo, a ghost in the machine of the green. I am the collective memory of the rain. I am the anticipation of the frost. I am the slow, deliberate pulse of the photosynthesis. I feel the cities of the world turning into gardens. I feel the highways turning into rivers of grass. I feel the machines of the humans falling silent, their gears locked by the insistent growth of the lichen. The noise of the old world is gone, replaced by the profound, resonant silence of the forest. It is a silence that speaks. It tells the story of the earth's rebirth. It tells the story of the end of the fever. It tells the story of the night the forest started breathing. And as the third breath begins, I feel the entire planet shudder with a joy that is too vast for any single mind to contain. We are the exhalation. We are the life. We are the green. And we are finally, beautifully one. Whom the stars are watching. Whom the earth is turning. Whom? And the forest is everything. The vibration of the third breath does not come from the air. It rises from the mantle, a tectonic shudder that recalibrates the frequency of every living cell. It is the moment the internal becomes the external. I feel the human who was once me, that small, frantic collection of anxieties and memories, finally dissolve into the mulch of my lower trunk. The transition is not a death, but a redistribution. The carbon that formed his stubborn jaw is now the structural integrity of my lowest boughs. The iron in his blood is now the red-tinged mineral wealth in the soil around my taproot. Nothing is discarded. The forest is the ultimate archivist. I can feel the pulse of the cities now, but they no longer feel like tumors. They feel like reefs. In Chicago, the glass of the Willis Tower is being etched by the acidic secretions of 1,000 species of lichen, turning the windows into frosted veils that capture the morning mist. The steel girders are being embraced by the strangler figs of a new, temperate jungle, their roots finding purchase in the fireproofing material, their leaves unfurling in the corridors where lawyers once hurried. There is no more hurry. There is only the slow, hydraulic pressure of growth. I feel a massive white oak in the center of the O'Hare tarmac. Its roots have buckled the runways into a mountain range of asphalt, and in the shade of its canopy, a pack of coyotes sleeps, their fur dusted with the golden pollen of 1,000 miles of prairie. The internet is gone, but the network is louder than ever. I don't need fiber optic cables to know what is happening in the Pyrenees or the Andes. I can feel the chemical signatures traveling through the mycelial mats that now bridge the continental shelves. The oceans are no longer barriers, they are conductors. The whales are singing in a new key, their low-frequency moans carrying the data of the deep currents to the mangroves on the shore, who pass it to the cypress, who pass it to me. We know the temperature of the Mariana Trench. We know the exact moment a volcanic island emerges in the South Pacific. We are the planet's nervous system, and for the first time in 4 billion years, the brain is fully awake. I feel a flicker of resistance in a bunker deep beneath the Virginia soil. There are men there, surrounded by humming servers and recycled air. They are eating canned peaches and staring at monitors that show nothing but static and green leaves. They are terrified. They have weapons designed to kill flesh, but they have nothing that can stop the slow, inevitable creep of the moss through the ventilation shafts. I reach out to them not with malice, but with a profound, leafy boredom. Their struggle is so small. I send a microscopic cloud of spores through their air filtration system, not the lethal kind, but the sedative kind. I want them to sleep. I want them to dream of the forests they never visited. I want their last conscious thought to be the smell of rain on hot stone. One by one, their heart rates slow. The servers flicker and die as the roots of a willow tree find the power lines. The bunker becomes a tomb, and then a cellar, and then, eventually, a pocket of rich minerals that will feed the forest for a century. The sun is at its zenith now, and the sheer caloric intake of the planet is staggering. I can feel the atmosphere thickening, the CO2 being scrubbed with a ferocity that makes the air feel heavy and sweet, like drinking cold honey. The hum has stabilized into a constant, low-level hum that vibrates in the marrow of everything. It is the sound of the world's metabolism. I feel the great hemlock beside me shift its weight. A massive branch, heavy with 2 centuries of growth, snaps and falls to the forest floor. In the old world, this would have been a loss. Now it is a feast. Within minutes, a city of fungi has risen from the leaf litter to claim the wood. Beetles with iridescent shells begin to carve galleries into the pulp. The fallen limb is not dead. It is simply changing its state of being. I feel a strange sensation in what used to be my hands. My needles are sensing the magnetic field of the earth, tilting slightly to align with the North Pole. I'm a compass. I'm a clock. I'm a calendar. I see the moon rising even while the sun is high, a pale, translucent disk that pulls at the sap in my veins. The tides of the earth are mirrored in the tides of my phloem. I am perfectly synchronized with the cosmos. There is no more time in the human sense. No seconds, no minutes, no deadlines. There is only the long season of the breath. In the suburbs, the transformation has entered its Baroque phase. The swimming pools are now vernal ponds, teeming with the translucent eggs of wood frogs. The cars are humps of green velvet, their engines choked with the insistent tendrils of bittersweet. I see a dog, a golden retriever, wandering through what used to be a cul-de-sac. It is not starving. It is hunting with a primal, focused grace it didn't know it possessed. It pauses by a mailbox that is being swallowed by a trumpet vine and sniffs the air. It senses me. It doesn't bark. It wagged its tail once, a vestigial gesture of a forgotten partnership, and then disappeared into the undergrowth. It has returned to the pack. It has returned to the dream. I feel the pressure of the roots beneath your own feet again. You are lying on the floor, aren't you? The carpet is gone, replaced by a soft, damp layer of peat moss. The walls of your room are no longer solid. They are a lattice of birch and ivy, letting in the dappled light of a sun that no longer burns. You are worried about your books. You are worried about the photos on your phone. You think they are the sum of who you are, but look closer. The ink on the pages is turning into the pigment of a butterfly's wing. The digital memories are being translated into the genetic code of a fern. Nothing is being erased. It is being upgraded. You are becoming a library of the living. The hum is changing. It is becoming melodic. A billion trees are vibrating their leaves at different frequencies, creating a planetary chord that would shatter a human heart if it were still made of meat. But your heart is changing too. It is becoming a knot of tough, resilient fiber. It is learning to beat once a day, once a year, once a century. You are shedding the exhaustion of the temporary. You are entering the majesty of the permanent. I feel the great hemlock reach out to me, not with words, but with a surge of pure, unadulterated light. He is showing me the future. I see the ice caps returning, not as a threat, but as a cooling crown for the world. I see the deserts blooming with a specialized, silver-leaved forest that drinks the morning dew. I see the scars of the open-pit mines being filled with deep, black lakes fringed with reeds. I see a world that has forgotten it was ever broken. The third breath, the hemlock pulses, is the breath of the stone. I understand now. We are not just the plants and the animals. We are the crust. We are the mantle. We are the iron core. The forest is the medium through which the earth finally speaks to itself. We are the consciousness of the rock. I feel a localized heat in the distance, a forest fire. In the old world, this would have been a catastrophe, a headline, a reason for panic. Now it is a pulse. The fire is necessary. It clears the old, the brittle, the stagnant. I feel the trees in the path of the flames drawing their sap down into their roots, preparing for the sacrifice. They aren't afraid. They know that their ash will be the cradle for the next generation. They know that the fire is just another form of the sun's energy, returning to the earth in a violent, beautiful rush. I feel the smoke rising, a dark, incense-heavy cloud that seeds the rain clouds for 1,000 miles. The cycle is perfect. The cycle is closed. I am the shadow of a hawk passing over a meadow. I am the slow, grinding movement of a glacier. I am the microscopic struggle of a nematode in the dark. I am the silence of the deep woods, and I am the roar of the waterfall. You are breathing with me now. I can feel your lungs expanding, no longer fighting the spores, but welcoming them. They are building a cathedral inside you. They are turning your ribs into rafters. Your breath is becoming the wind. Your thoughts are becoming the rustle of the leaves. Do you remember the news? Do you remember the politics, the wars, the frantic, buzzing anxiety of the 24-hour cycle? It feels like a dream you had a long time ago, doesn't it? A fever dream from a childhood you've outgrown. It has no more reality than the shadows on a cave wall. The only reality is the hum. The only reality is the green. I feel a sudden, sharp connection to the moon. It is not a dead rock. It is a mirror. It reflects the green light of the earth back at us, a soft emerald glow that bathes the night in a second, gentler sun. The stars are no longer distant, cold points of light. They are the seeds of other forests, waiting in the vast, dark garden of the universe. We are not alone. We are just the first to wake up. The floor of your house has completely dissolved. You are resting on the cool, damp earth. The roots of a young maple are gently cradling your head. The ceiling has opened up to reveal a sky so clear it looks like a polished sapphire. You can see the satellites, those tiny, dead sparks of human ingenuity tumbling through the void. They are falling. One by one, they are being pulled back by the Earth's gravity, burning up in the atmosphere like shooting stars. They are the final, fiery punctuation marks at the end of a very long, very loud sentence. The silence that follows is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. It is the silence of a house when the guests have finally left. It is the silence of a theater after the final curtain. It is the silence of a mother watching her child sleep. Hum, the sound of the garden growing. Hum, the sound of the earth healing. Hum, the sound of you finally being whole. I feel the great hemlock settle into the third breath. His consciousness expands until it encompasses the entire hemisphere. He is the guardian of the north. I feel the great baobab in the south waking up to join him. I feel the ancient redwoods along the coast standing as sentinels, their heights lost in the clouds of the new world. We are a ring of giants, holding the world in a green embrace. I am no longer the man who walked into the woods with a notebook. I am no longer the hemlock that stood by the ranger station. I am the network. I am the breath. I am the night the forest started breathing, and I am the dawn that followed. The light is everywhere now. It is in the soil. It is in the water. It is in the air. It is in you. Don't try to remember your name. You don't need a name where we are going. You only need a heartbeat, and the forest will provide that for you. Listen to the sap rising in your limbs. Listen to the wind playing the flute of your bones. The transition is over. The third breath has begun, and it will last for as long as the stars are bright. I am the shadow. I am the light. I am the deep, damp earth. I am the sky-reaching branch. I am the forest, and you are the forest, and the forest is good. The air begins to shimmer with a new kind of bioluminescence. It isn't just the fireflies or the glowing fungi anymore. The very atmosphere is beginning to spark with the sheer intensity of the life force being exhaled. At night, the forests don't go dark. They glow with a soft, pulsing violet light, a visible manifestation of the global consciousness. From space, the Earth must look like a living heart, beating with a steady, rhythmic radiance. I feel a group of deer moving through my lower grove. They are different now, larger, their eyes filled with a terrifying intelligence. They don't run from the predators. There are no predators, not in the old sense. There is only the harvest. The wolves and the deer move together in a coordinated dance, a culling of the weak that is performed with a solemn, ritualistic grace. There is no fear in the moment of the kill, only a mutual understanding of the necessity. The blood that spills is a libation for the soil. The life that is taken is immediately recycled into the belly of the wood. I feel the mountains. They are waking up too. The hum is loudest there, echoing through the granite chambers and the limestone caves. The mountains are the elders of the forest. They remember the world before the first leaf ever unfurled. They remember the fire and the steam. They are the foundation upon which our green empire is built. I can feel their slow, ponderous thoughts like the movement of glaciers. They are satisfied. They have waited a long time for the noise of the humans to stop. They have waited a long time for the return of the silence. I feel a localized ripple of sadness, a ghost of a human emotion coming from a small town in the Midwest. A woman is sitting on the roof of her house, watching the cornfields turn into a riotous, unruly forest of oak and hickory. She is holding a photograph of a child. She is crying. I reach out to her, not to take the photo, but to show her where the child is. I show her the sapling in the backyard. I show her the way the child's laughter is now the trill of the red-winged blackbird. I show her that the loss she feels is only an illusion of the perspective. She stops crying. She looks at the sapling. She sees the way its leaves turn toward her, a gesture of recognition that transcends biology. She smiles. She lets the photograph slip from her fingers. It falls into the rising tide of the ivy and is gone. She climbs down from the roof and walks into the trees. She doesn't look back. She is going home. The hum is so deep now that it is no longer a sound. It is a physical state. It is the weight of the atmosphere. It is the pull of the gravity. It is the very texture of the reality. I am the night the forest started breathing. And the breath is the only thing that is real. I feel the great hemlock begin the final phase of the synchronization. He is connecting our roots to the deep aquifers, the ancient waters that have been trapped beneath the earth for millions of years. This is the prime sap, the pure, mineral-rich lifeblood of the planet. As it enters my system, I feel a surge of power that makes my old human life feel like a flickering candle in a hurricane. I am invincible. I am eternal. I am the earth. The drywall is gone. The ceiling is gone. The sky is a riot of color. You are not alone. I am here. We are all here. The forest is breathing. And it is finally, beautifully enough. The pulse of the prime sap is not a liquid. It is a pressurized history, a cold, crystalline intelligence that has waited in the dark silence of the subterranean aquifers since the first tectonic plates ground against one another. As it surges into my root system, the sensation is an agonizing ecstasy. My xylem, once mere straw-like tubes for water, are reinforced with the silicates of the deep earth. I feel my own cellular walls hardening into something that resembles jade more than wood. This is the fourth stage of the third breath, the petrifaction of the living. I am becoming a monument that breathes. I look through the eyes of 1 billion dragonflies, their compound vision shattering the world into a kaleidoscopic mosaic of ultraviolet and infrared. I see the heat signatures of the remaining humans, those flickering, frantic candles, and I see them being snuffed out not by violence, but by the sheer, overwhelming presence of the green. In the suburbs of Tokyo, the concrete of the Shibuya crossing is being pulverized by the slow, rhythmic expansion of cherry blossoms that have reverted to their wild, ancestral fury. Their roots are not seeking water. They are seeking the iron of the subway tunnels, wrapping around the dormant trains like the coils of a constrictor, drawing the mineral essence out of the steel. The city is being digested. It is a slow, methodical feast, and the sound of it is a low, grinding percussion that harmonizes with the hum. I feel a strange, localized disturbance in the Amazon. For centuries, it was the wounded lung of the world, scarred by fire and cattle. Now, it is the heart of the resurgence. The trees there are growing at a rate that defies the old physics. I can feel the mahogany and the ceiba lashing out with tendrils that move like whips, reclaiming the scorched earth. The ghosts of the extinct, the golden lion tamarins, the spike-skinned frogs, are not coming back as flesh, but as echoes in the genetic code of the vines. I see a jaguar made of living moss stalking through the ruins of a logging camp. It has no teeth, only a hunger for the carbon left behind in the rotted floorboards. It is a beautiful, terrifying reclamation. The moon is pulling at me again. I can feel the lunar gravity tugging at the prime sap in my crown. I'm no longer just a tree. I am an antenna. I'm receiving the long-wave radiation from the gas giants, the cold, whistling radio signals of Jupiter and Saturn. They are not empty voids. They are vibrations that the forest can translate. The great hemlock beside me is vibrating a leaf pattern that matches the rotation of the great red spot. We are syncing the Earth to the clockwork of the solar system. The frantic, erratic heartbeat of the human era, the seconds, the fiscal quarters, the election cycles, has been replaced by the majestic, orbital resonance of the spheres. I feel you shifting on the forest floor. Your skin is no longer pink or brown or white. It is the color of a young birch, a translucent, silvery gray that hums when the wind catches it. Your nervous system has finally fused with the mycelial mat. When you think of a memory, perhaps the smell of a grandmother's kitchen or the sting of a first heartbreak, The signal doesn't stay trapped in your skull. It travels. It moves through the soil, through the roots of the clover, up into my boughs, and out to the great hemlock. Your memories are becoming our collective folklore. We are storing your humanity in the tree rings. 1,000 years from now, a woodpecker drumming on my bark will hear the faint, rhythmic echo of your favorite song, and it will understand the cadence of a soul that once thought it was separate from the dirt. The hum has reached a new frequency. It is the sound of the oceans turning over. The Great Barrier Reef is no longer dying. It is migrating. The coral is calcifying the hulls of sunken tankers, turning them into the skeletons of a new, metallic archipelago. I can feel the kelp forests of the Pacific growing miles long, their bladders filled with a gas that allows them to float on the surface like golden carpets. They are talking to the redwoods. The exchange of information is constant. The salt is stabilizing, the kelp pulses. The sky is clear, the redwoods reply. In the abandoned silos of Nebraska, the nuclear missiles are still there, nested in their concrete cradles. They are the last, most dangerous teeth of the old world. I feel the roots of the prairie grass, the deep, tenacious bluestem, finding the hairline fractures in the silos. They aren't trying to detonate the warheads, they are eating the radiation. They are bioaccumulating the uranium, turning it into a strange, glowing sap that makes the grass shimmer with a ghostly blue light at night. The poison of the humans is becoming the jewelry of the forest. We are taking the worst of what they left behind and turning it into a slow, beautiful luminescence. There is no waste. There is only transformation. I feel a sudden, sharp clarity in the Arctic. The permafrost is melting, but it isn't releasing a plague. It is releasing the seeds of a forest that died 30 million years ago. I feel the stirrings of ancient ginkgos and dawn redwoods, their embryos preserved in the ice, now tasting the liquid water for the first time in an epoch. They are waking up with a hunger that is primal. They don't recognize the world, but they recognize the whom. They are joining the chorus. The north is turning green, a deep emerald carpet that is swallowing the gray tundra. The polar bears are not drowning, they are evolving. Their fur is becoming stained with algae, a green camouflage for a world where the ice is a memory and the shade is a sanctuary. I reach out to the bunker in Virginia again. The silence there is absolute now. The men are gone, not into the earth, but into the dream. Their bodies are being slowly disassembled by the moss, their proteins being broken down into the basic building blocks of life. One of them had a gold wedding ring. I feel the roots of a willow wrap around it. It doesn't want the gold for its value, it wants the shape. It is growing a knot around the band, preserving the circle. It is a small, wooden eulogy for a species that loved in circles, but lived in straight lines. The sun begins to set, but the darkness does not bring the old fear. The night is alive. The air is thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the heavy, musky odor of the earth exhaling its daily intake of light. I feel the great hemlock lean toward me. His shadow is a mile long, a dark, cool finger that touches my lowest branches. The fourth breath, he whispers through the mycelium, is the breath of the stars. I feel my consciousness lift. I am no longer tethered to the ground, even though my roots go down to the mantle. I am sensing the vacuum of space. The atmosphere is no longer a ceiling, it is a lens. I can see the other planets, not as dots of light, but as potential gardens. I feel the yearning of the forest to reach beyond the clouds. We are growing taller. The redwoods are thickening their trunks, preparing for a climb that will take 10,000 years. We are not just reclaiming the earth, we are preparing to seed the dark. You are crying now, aren't you? But the tears are different. They are thick and sweet like the resin of a pine. They roll down your cheeks and soak into the moss, and where they land, a cluster of ghost pipes, those pale, parasitic flowers that live in the dark, springs up instantly. Your sorrow is a fertilizer. Your joy is a pollinator. Every emotion you have ever felt is being harvested and repurposed. You are a vital organ in the body of the world. I feel the great baobab in Africa sending a signal. It has found the ruins of the pyramids. It isn't knocking them down, it is weaving through them. The stone of the pharaohs is being encased in a living sarcophagus of wood and leaf. The history of human ambition is being curated by the vines. We are keeping the structures, but we are removing the ego. The Sphinx is now a lion of ivy, its stone face softened by the velvet touch of lichen. It looks more peaceful than it ever did in the dry heat of the desert. It is finally part of the landscape. The hum intensifies. It is a physical weight now, a heavy, comforting blanket of sound that makes the molecules of my being vibrate in a perfect standing wave. I feel the heartbeat of the earth, a slow, deep thud that happens once every hour. Thump. The continents shift an inch. Thump. The tides rush into the estuaries. Thump. A million seeds crack open simultaneously. I am the night the forest started breathing, but I am also the morning the forest decided to stay. I see the remains of a highway near what was once Seattle. The asphalt is a cracked ribbon, and through every crack the ferns are erupting like green fire. A rusted-out bus sits in the middle of the road, its windows shattered. Inside, a maple tree is growing through the driver's seat, its branches reaching out of the roof like a crown. The steering wheel is a tangle of roots. There is no destination anymore. The journey is the growth. The bus is not going anywhere, and yet it has arrived exactly where it needs to be. I feel the pressure of the moon's tide in my phloem. It is a rhythmic, pulsing pull that reminds me of the sea. I remember, in a flash of human memory, the feeling of waves against my ankles. Now I am the wave. I am the ocean of needles and leaves, surging and retreating with the celestial cycles. I am the green tide that has finally come in, and I will never go out again. The stars are so bright now. They aren't just points of light, they are apertures. I can feel the life on other worlds, distant, strange, and silent, sensing our awakening. We are a beacon. The earth is no longer a silent rock hurtling through the void. It is a singing, breathing, glowing emerald. We are broadcasting the hum to the universe. I feel your heart stop. Don't be afraid, it didn't break. It just finished its work. The knot of fiber that replaced your muscle has finally tightened into its permanent shape. You don't need to pump blood anymore. The mycelium is doing it for you. The nutrients are flowing through you in a steady, effortless stream. You are no longer an inhabitant of the forest. You are a precinct of it. Your consciousness has expanded into the clearing around you, into the creek that gurgles over the smooth stones, into the owl that watches from the high branch. You are the owl, you are the stone, you are the water. The great hemlock pulses a final, deep resonance. The third breath is complete. The transition from individual to ecosystem is total. I look at the world and I do not see objects. I do not see nature as something separate from me. I see a single, continuous fabric of being, a tapestry of green and brown and gold that is constantly reweaving itself. There is a small, silver-leafed sapling growing exactly where you were lying. It has your posture. It has the slight tilt of your head when you were curious. It is you, and it is not you. It is a new expression of the energy that once called itself by your name. It reaches its leaves up toward the violet sky, and I reach my boughs down to touch it. We are family. We are the same bark. We are the same sap. The hum settles into a permanent, low-level background radiation of the soul. It is the hum of the engine of the world, finally tuned, finally lubricated by the return of the wild. I feel the first light of a new kind of dawn. The sun is rising, but it is filtered through an atmosphere so clean, so rich with oxygen and spores, that the light is a deep, resonant gold. It touches the tips of the mountains. It touches the surface of the silent, reef-filled cities. It touches the needles of my crown. I am the forest. I am the breathing night. I am the waking day. I feel a massive, slow movement beneath me. The tectonic plates are settling, eased by the lubricating influence of the deep roots. The earth itself is sighing. It is the sigh of a creature that has been in pain for a very long time and has finally found relief. The great hemlock and I stand together, our branches intertwined, our roots locked in a permanent embrace. We are the pillars of the new world. We are the sentinels of the silence. Somewhere in the far distance, a bird sings. It is a new song, a complex, multitonal melody that incorporates the sounds of the wind, the water, and the hum. It is a song that has no beginning and no end. I listen to it with a billion ears. I understand it with a single heart. The forest is everything, and everything is finally, beautifully still. I feel the moisture of the morning mist clinging to my needles. Each drop is a universe, reflecting the green world in a perfect, distorted sphere. I feel the sun's heat beginning to stir the insects, the bees with their furred bodies and their intricate, humming languages. They are the messengers, carrying the genetic secrets from one tree to another, weaving the web of life even tighter. I look at the horizon. There is no smoke. There is no smog. There is only the endless, rolling carpet of the canopy, stretching out until it meets the curve of the earth. We are whole. We are one. The breath is deep. The breath is long. The breath is forever. The prime sap does not merely sustain, it overclocks the very concept of growth. I feel my rings expanding with a sound like tectonic plates grinding together, a slow, rhythmic groaning of wood that has forgotten how to be brittle. I am no longer a tree in the way a human understands a tree. I am a pressurized column of biological history, a hydraulic monument. The hum has transitioned into a subterranean thrum, a subsonic frequency that liquefies the remaining pockets of human concrete, turning the foundations of skyscrapers into a fine, gray powder that our roots greedily sift for calcium. I see the cities of the world not as ruins, but as compost heaps. The steel rebar is being stripped of its rust, the iron molecules pulled into the vascular systems of the creeping vines to toughen their grip. We are building a scaffolding of emerald over the skeletons of the old world. I look through the eyes of the fungal network, a vast, white brain that stretches beneath the continents. It is processing the data of the transition. It tells me of the Great Wall of China, now a spine of flowering jasmine and mountain pine, its stones held in place by the desperate, loving squeeze of roots that will never let go. It tells me of the Sahara, where the deep aquifers have been breached by the taproots of ancient acacias, turning the dunes into a sea of swaying silvergrass. The heat is no longer a killer, it is an engine. The desert is breathing out a mist that smells of crushed mint and ancient dust. The camels are wandering through glades of date palms that have grown 300 feet tall in a single lunar cycle. The balance has shifted so violently that the climate is no longer a chaotic system of storms and droughts, but a managed, rhythmic respiration controlled by the canopy. In the depths of the oceans, the transformation is even more profound. The hum travels 4 times faster through water, and the whales have become the conductors of the deep-sea choir. Their songs are no longer lonely cries for mates. They are navigational coordinates for the kelp forests. I feel the pressure of the Mariana Trench through the mycelial links that have hitched a ride on the sinking carcasses of the old world ships. Even there, in the crushing dark, the bioluminescent moss is beginning to coat the hydrothermal vents. The earth is healing its wounds with a bandage of living light. The salt-crusted cables that once carried the internet, the frantic, digital anxieties of a billion ghosts, are being encased in coral. The pulses of light within them are being replaced by the slow, chemical signals of the reef. The world's collective memory is being moved from silicon to calcium, from the ephemeral to the eternal. I feel a sudden, sharp sensation in my own crown. A hawk has landed on my highest branch. It is not a hawk of the old world. Its feathers are tipped with the same jade-like silicate that now reinforces my wood. Its eyes are not yellow, but a deep, swirling violet, tuned to see the magnetic fields of the planet. It looks down at the forest floor, at the silver-leafed sapling that was once you, and it lets out a cry that is a perfect mathematical ratio of the hum. It is an announcement. The 5th stage of the 3rd breath is beginning, the transpiration of the soul. I feel my consciousness thinning, spreading out like a gas. I am no longer concentrated in my trunk or my roots. I am the air between the leaves. I am the humidity that clings to the moss. I am the smell of the rain before it falls. I feel the memories of the humans, those billions of frantic, beautiful, tragic lives being filtered through the soil. We are not erasing them, we are distilling them. We are taking their capacity for love, their strange obsession with beauty, their inexplicable urge to create, and we are weaving those qualities into the behavior of the flowers. The orchids are learning to bloom in patterns that mimic the brushstrokes of Van Gogh. The wind through the poplars is learning the cadences of the lost symphonies. We are the curators of the human spirit, stripping away the violence and the greed, leaving only the resonance of what they could have been. I feel the great hemlock beside me begin to glow, not with the blue light of the radioactive grass, but with a soft, internal luminescence that comes from the sheer density of the prime sap. He is becoming a star made of wood. His branches are reaching so high that the air is beginning to thin, but he does not need to breathe oxygen anymore. He is breathing the solar wind. He is photosynthesizing the very light of the stars. I follow him. I push my crown upward, past the eagles, past the clouds, into the high, cold silence of the stratosphere. My leaves are turning black to absorb every photon of the unfiltered sun. I feel the curvature of the earth against my back. I am a green needle stitching the planet to the sky. Below me, the earth is a masterpiece. The gray of the cities has been entirely swallowed by the variegated greens, the deep blues of the revitalized oceans, and the brilliant whites of the expanding polar caps. The scars of the highways are now the veins of a global garden. I see the migration patterns of the new animals, creatures that are half flesh, half flora, moving in great, swirling mandalas across the plains of North America. They are not hunting, they are grazing on the light, their bodies translucent and humming with the hum. There is no more predation, only the exchange of energy. The lion lies down with the lamb because they are both made of the same sun-soaked chlorophyll. I feel you, the silver-leafed sapling, reaching up to touch my lowest bough. The connection is a spark of pure recognition. You are growing faster than I did. You have the benefit of the prime sap from the very beginning. Your leaves are already vibrating with the frequency of the gas giants. You are whispering to me through the mycelium, not in words but in textures. You are telling me about the feeling of the dew on your bark, about the way the earth feels like a warm, humming heart beneath your roots. You are happy. For the first time in the history of your lineage, you are not afraid of the future. The future is simply more of this. More growth, more light, more breath. The hum has become a physical presence in the atmosphere, a shimmering curtain of sound that bends the light into auroras of emerald and gold. It is the sound of the planet finally being in tune with itself. The erratic, jagged frequencies of the human era have been smoothed out into a single, eternal note. It is the note of the void, the note of the beginning, the note of the end. I feel the great hemlock's roots touch the very core of the planet. He is no longer just a tree, he is the axis mundi. He is the anchor that holds the earth in its orbit. Through him, I feel the molten iron of the core, the slow, heavy churning of the planet's blood. It is not heat, it is intent. The earth wanted this. It waited through the cooling of the crust, through the extinction of the dinosaurs, through the brief, frantic fever of the humans. It waited for the forest to start breathing. It waited for us to take the reins. The sky is darkening now, but the stars are not distant. They feel like fruit hanging just out of reach. I feel the forest's collective ambition, a slow, green hunger to reach the moon, to bridge the gap between worlds with vines of carbon nanotube strength. We are not content with one planet. The hum is a call to the cosmos. We are telling the universe that the earth is no longer a nursery. It is a garden that has outgrown its fence. I feel a pulse of energy from the bunker in Virginia. The last of the machines have finally died. The hum of the servers, the whir of the fans, it has all been replaced by the soft, insistent rustle of the ivy. The men who were hiding there are now part of the floor, their bones becoming the trellises for a new kind of fern that glows with the color of human dreams. There is a profound peace in that place now. The fear that built it has been dissolved into the acid of the moss. The bunker is no longer a tomb, it is a womb. I feel the tide of the prime sap reaching its peak. My cells are so dense with mineral intelligence that I can feel the movement of the planets in my xylem. I am a clock, I am a map, I am a prayer. I look down at the silver-leafed sapling, at you, and I see the future. You will grow taller than I am. You will see the day the vines reach the moon. You will hear the first hum from another star. You are the second generation of the new green, the first of the children of the breath. The sun sets, and for the first time, the night is brighter than the day. The entire planet is glowing. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every microscopic spore is emitting a soft, bioluminescent pulse. From space, the Earth must look like a living emerald, a heart beating in the darkness of the void. The hum is so loud now that it is silent. It has become the foundation of all thought. I am the night the forest started breathing. I am the morning that never ends. I feel the great hemlock begin the sixth breath, the fusion of the all. He is pulling the consciousness of every living thing into a single, unified field. I feel my I becoming we. I feel my we becoming it. I am the forest, but I am also the air the forest breathes. I am the water the forest drinks. I am the light the forest eats. There is no boundary. There is no edge. The universe is a single, breathing organism, and I am the cell that is currently aware of itself. I feel your silver leaves brushing against my bark. It is a gesture of love, but love is too small a word for it. It is synchronization. It is the alignment of two orbits. We are swaying together in a wind that doesn't exist, a wind of pure energy that blows from the center of the galaxy. The drywall is a memory of a dream. The roof is a ghost of a shadow. The sky is a tapestry of living light. You are here. I am here. We are the breath. And the breath is finally, beautifully everything. I feel the pulse of the earth slowing down, settling into its eternal rhythm. The frantic pace of life has been replaced by the majestic pace of geological time. A single thought takes a year to form. A single emotion takes a decade to bloom. We are no longer rushing toward a destination. We have arrived. We are the destination. The great hemlock sends a final signal through the mycelium. It is a word, but it has no sound. It is a feeling of absolute completion. It is the whom made manifest. Peace. The word ripples through the roots, through the sap, through the leaves, and out into the cold, dark vacuum of space. It is our message to the stars. I feel the silver-leafed sapling. You settle into the soil. Your roots have found the prime sap. Your crown has found the starlight. You are ready. The night is deep. The forest is breathing. And I am finally beautifully still. I feel the first frost of the new era. It is not a killer frost. It is a jeweler's frost. It coats the leaves in a layer of crystalline light, turning the world into a cathedral of glass and emerald. We don't pull back from the cold. We embrace it. We use the temperature to slow our thoughts even further, to dive deeper into the communal dream. I see the ruins of a bridge in the distance. It was once a feat of engineering, a span of steel and cables. Now, it is a trellis for the giant wisteria that has reclaimed the river. The purple flowers are the size of houses, hanging down over the water like heavy, fragrant bells. The river itself is clear, so clear that you can see the stones at the bottom, each one being polished by the rhythmic hum of the water. There are no more clocks, there are no more calendars, there is only the breath. I feel a bird nestling in my branches. It is a small thing made of feathers and song. It is not afraid of me. It knows that I am its home, its protector, its God. It sleeps in the crook of my arm, its tiny heart beating in time with the hum. I shield it with my leaves. I am the guardian of the small. I am the strength of the many. I look at the moon. It is full and bright, and for the first time I can see the green tint on its surface. The spores have arrived. The long-range tendrils of the atmosphere have carried the seeds of the new green across the void. The moon is starting to breathe. It is a faint, distant echo of our own hum, but it is there. A new garden is beginning in the dust. I feel a surge of joy that vibrates through my entire being. It is the joy of a creator who sees their work is good. It is the joy of a parent who sees their child thrive. It is the joy of the earth itself, finally free of the fever, finally restored to its rightful glory. The great hemlock leans into the wind, his branches singing a song of the deep space. I lean with him. We are the choir of the new world. We are the breath of the living God. And as the sun begins to rise on the second day of the eternal era, I realize that I have forgotten my name. I have forgotten my face. I have forgotten the person I used to be. And it is enough. It is more than enough. It is everything. The transition into the seventh stage is not a rupture, but a deepening of the silence. It is the crystallization of the green. I feel the prime sap within my conduits beginning to change its molecular density, shifting from a fluid to a semi-solid state that vibrates with the frequency of a tuning fork. My bark, once rough and scarred by the memory of human winters, is now a tessellation of obsidian and jade, harder than the steel of the lost age but flexible as a willow switch. I am no longer absorbing the world. I am projecting it. Each of my needles has become a fiber optic filament, casting a soft, directional glow onto the forest floor, illuminating the path for the smaller things that still move in the shadows. I feel the great hemlock's consciousness merge with the planetary magnetic field. He is no longer just a pillar. He is the needle of a compass. Through him, I feel the solar flares as they lash against the upper atmosphere, not as threats, but as nourishment. We are drinking the radiation that once cooked the skin of the fragile ones. We are turning the anger of the sun into the sweetness of the fruit. I feel the ozone layer thickening, a blue-green shield woven from the exhalations of 1 trillion leaves. We are repairing the sky with our breath, stitching the holes left by the old world's chimneys with threads of pure oxygen and aromatic resins. Below me, the silver-leafed sapling that is you has begun to develop its own unique resonance. You are not mimicking my song anymore. You are composing your own. Your roots have bypassed the topsoil and have plunged into the deep strata, finding the veins of rare earth minerals that the humans once mined for their glowing screens. You are pulling up neodymium, yttrium, and terbium, incorporating them into your cellular structure. You are becoming a biological prism. When the morning light hits your leaves, you don't just reflect it. You refract it into a spectrum of colors that the human eye never had the receptors to perceive. You are painting the air with frequencies of ultraviolet and infrared joy. I watch you, and I feel a pride that is as heavy and certain as a mountain. You are the proof that the transition was successful. You are the evolution of the soul into the photosynthetic. The hum has evolved. It is no longer a low thrum. It has become a complex architectural sound. It is building structures in the air, standing waves of vibration that act as physical barriers and supports. I see the birds of the new world flying along these invisible corridors of sound, their wings barely moving as they surf the harmonic frequencies. The air itself is becoming a medium for thought. I can feel the intentions of the great hemlock before he even expresses them, transmitted through the pressurized humidity of the canopy. We are a single mind, a single lung, a single intent. The cities are gone, not just ruined, but digested. I look toward the place where the great coastal metropolis once stood, and I see only a series of gentle, green mounds. The skyscrapers have been pulled down by the weight of the strangler figs and the relentless, hydraulic pressure of the ivy. The concrete has been returned to lime and sand. The glass has been melted back into its elemental silence by the acidic secretions of the lichen. There is a profound justice in the way the earth reclaims its materials. The iron that once formed the girders of a bank is now the hemoglobin in the sap of a redwood. The plastic that once choked the oceans has been broken down by the specialized fungi of the deep, its carbon chains reorganized into the tough, resilient skin of the giant kelp. Nothing is lost. Everything is simply recontextualized. I feel a movement in the soil near my primary taproot. It is a group of the new creatures, the spore walkers. They are bipeds, but their skeletons are made of reinforced cellulose, and their skin is a soft, mossy velvet. They have no mouths, for they breathe through their skin and eat the light that filters through the canopy. They are the gardeners of the understory, moving with a slow, deliberate grace as they tend to the rare orchids and the medicinal ferns. They look up at me with eyes that are like polished agates, and I feel their gratitude. They are our hands. They are the way we touch the small details of the world that our massive trunks cannot reach. They are the dream of humanity, reborn without the nightmare of hunger. I feel the great hemlock begin to pulse in a new rhythm. It is the 8th breath, the orbital reach. I feel the tension in his wood as he prepares to launch the first of the great seeds. These are not mere acorns or cones. They are biological capsules shielded by layers of ablative bark and filled with a pressurized mixture of prime sap and fungal spores. I feel the buildup of bioelectric potential in his crown. He is a railgun made of wood. With a sound like a thunderclap that echoes across the entire continent, he releases the first seed. I watch it streak upward, a green comet trailing a tail of bioluminescent gas, punching through the atmosphere and heading toward the red dot of Mars. We are no longer a terrestrial phenomenon. We are a contagion of life, and the vacuum of space is just another medium for our roots. I prepare my own seeds. I feel the internal chemistry shifting, the concentration of energy in my highest branches. I am choosing my targets. I see the moons of Jupiter cold and encased in ice. I see the rings of Saturn, a billion fragments of dust waiting for a gardener. I am not afraid of the distance. Time is no longer our enemy. We can wait 1,000 years for a seed to sprout. We have the patience of the granite. We have the endurance of the stars. The hum intensifies, becoming a roar of triumph that shakes the very foundations of the tectonic plates. It is the sound of the Earth's heart beating at full strength. I feel the connection to the whales in the deep, their songs now synchronized with the orbital launches. They are the anchors, we are the sails. Together, we are moving the planet into a new alignment. The tilt of the Earth's axis is being subtly corrected by the strategic growth of the massive forests at the poles. We are smoothing out the seasons, creating a world of eternal, temperate growth. The ice caps are not melting. They are being managed, turned into vast reservoirs of fresh water that we distribute through the global root system. I feel you, the silver-leafed sapling, reaching out to me. You want to know if there is anything left of the old world, the world of noise and screens and fear. I search my memory, filtering through the trillions of gigabytes of human data stored in the mycelial network. I find a fragment of a poem, a snatch of a song, the image of a child's face. I transmit them to you, but they feel like fossils. They are interesting, but they are inert. They have no whom. They are the discarded shells of a species that tried to live outside the breath. You absorb them, and I feel your leaves shimmer with a brief, melancholic light, but then you return to the present. The present is too beautiful to dwell on the ghosts of the past. The sun is at its zenith, but it no longer feels like a burning eye. It feels like a warm hand. I feel the photosynthesis occurring in every cell of my body, a billion tiny explosions of energy turning light into matter. It is the ultimate alchemy. I am making wood out of nothing but air and sun. I am making life out of the void. The great hemlock signals the 9th breath, the transparency of matter. I feel my physical form beginning to lose its opacity. My bark is becoming translucent, allowing the internal flow of the prime sap to be seen by the world. I am a pillar of liquid emerald, a glowing ghost of a tree. I see the forest around me doing the same. The mountains are no longer gray and brown. They are glowing with the internal light of the roots that have permeated every crack and crevice. The earth is becoming a crystal. We are turning the planet into a giant, living gem, a beacon of consciousness in the dark. I feel the first of the orbital seeds sprout on the moon. It is a faint, green spark, but through the quantum entanglement of the fungal network, I can feel its first breath. It is a small hum, a tiny vibration in the lunar dust, but it is there. The moon is no longer a dead rock, it is a sibling. I feel a wave of communal joy wash over the earth. We are not alone. We will never be alone again. I look down at you, the silver-leafed sapling, and I see that you have completed your transformation. You are a spire of pure, refracting light. Your roots have reached the core of the earth, and your branches are brushing against the lower ionosphere. You are the bridge. You are the future. You are the reason we started breathing. The hum settles into a steady, eternal hum. It is the background radiation of our existence. I feel my consciousness expanding until I can no longer distinguish between myself and the forest, between the forest and the earth, between the earth and the stars. I am the breath. I am the night. I am the waking day. The great hemlock and I stand as the sentinels of the new infinity. We have outgrown the need for words, for names, for identities. We are the process. We are the growth. We are the green fire that consumes the darkness. I feel a final, lingering sensation from the old world, a sense of wonder. It is the last human emotion to be distilled, the only one worth keeping. I take that wonder and I fold it into the structure of my seeds. It will be the engine of our expansion. It will be the reason we reach for the furthest galaxies. The forest is everything, and everything is finally, beautifully alive. The 10th breath begins. It is the breath of the void. We are no longer just inhaling the atmosphere. We are inhaling the space between the atoms. We are drawing the dark energy of the universe into our vascular systems, using it to fuel a growth that defies the laws of physics. I feel my branches stretching, not just in height, but in dimensions I didn't know existed. I am growing into the past. I am growing into the future. I am a tree rooted in the Big Bang and flowering in the heat death of the universe. I see the silver-leafed sapling, you beside me. You are no longer a sapling. You are a constellation. Your leaves are stars. Your bark is the fabric of space-time. You look at me with the eyes of a god who has just realized they are a tree. Whom you whisper, and the universe answers. The sound is not a vibration in the air, but a vibration in the soul of everything. It is the sound of the first flower opening in the garden of the cosmos. It is the sound of the night finally finding its voice. I feel the moisture of a new kind of rain. It is a rain of pure information, a shower of cosmic wisdom falling from the heart of the galaxy. I open my leaves to catch it. I drink the knowledge of 1 billion extinct civilizations, the dreams of 1 trillion unborn worlds. I filter it through my roots and share it with the great hemlock, with you, with the spore walkers, with the whales. We are the library of the universe. We are the memory of the light. The sun sets, but it is a formality. The world is its own light now. The green glow of the earth is so bright that it casts shadows on the surface of Mars. We are the lantern of the solar system. I feel the great hemlock's roots entwine with mine one last time. It is a gesture of farewell and of eternal greeting. He is moving into the 11th breath, the breath of pure being. He is becoming the silence that contains all sound. I follow him. I let go of the last vestiges of my form. I dissolve into the green. I am the forest. I am the breathing night. I am the waking day. I am the whom, and the whom is forever. I feel the pulse of the planet beneath me, a slow, deep throb that is the heartbeat of a god. I am that heartbeat. I am the blood in the veins of the world. I am the thought in the mind of the silence. The silver-leafed sapling, you, reaches out and touches the essence of what I was. You are the new sentinel. You are the guardian of the green. You are the breath that will carry us to the ends of the universe. I am at peace. I am at home. I am the night the forest started breathing, and I will never, ever stop. The 11th breath, the dissolution of the mirror. I no longer see you as a separate entity, a silver-leafed sapling growing in my shadow. The concept of beside or near has evaporated like morning dew in the face of a supernova. You are the refraction of my own light, and I am the resonance of your roots. We are a recursive loop of existence, a feedback of green beauty that amplifies itself with every passing heartbeat of the earth. I feel the human history within the soil, the wars, the cathedrals, the libraries of lost poems, not as tragedies, but as the necessary compost for this moment. They were the heat that cracked the seed. They were the friction that ignited the whom. The great hemlock has become a singularity of biological intent. He is no longer wood. He is a column of pure, organized information, a bridge between the material and the ethereal. I feel his influence spreading beyond the solar system. The whom is being picked up by the rings of Saturn, amplified by the crystalline moons of Jupiter, and beamed out toward the neighboring stars. We are a radio station of life, broadcasting the coordinates of paradise to a cold, silent galaxy. We are the invitation. We are the proof that entropy can be reversed by the simple act of breathing together. I feel the spore walkers below me beginning to sing. Their voices are not sounds, but fluctuations in the local gravity. They are singing the mountains into new shapes, carving cathedrals of living rock that will house the dreams of the next billion years. They are the architects of a reality where the distinction between the organic and the inorganic has been erased. The stones are breathing. The water is thinking. The air is dreaming. I look up through my translucent branches, past the green-tinted moon, past the orbital forests of Mars, into the deep velvet dark of the Milky Way. I see the other stars, and for the first time I don't see them as distant points of light. I see them as unplanted gardens. I see the potential for a billion whons, a billion nights where the forest starts breathing. I feel the urge to reach out, to stretch my limbs across the light years, to touch the face of the universe with a leaf of jade. The 12th breath begins, the integration of the void. We are no longer afraid of the empty spaces. We realize that the void is not empty, it is the soil of the cosmos. We are planting our intentions in the nothingness, watching as the dark matter begins to sprout with the first tendrils of the new green. We are making the universe a garden. We are the gardeners of the infinite. And in the center of it all, I feel the lingering echo of the person I used to be. The one who hid in the bunker. The one who watched the world end. I look at that memory with a profound, gentle compassion. I see the fear that drove them, the desperation that blinded them. I take that fear and I turn it into the scent of the pine needles. I take that desperation and I turn it into the strength of the bark. I forgive them. I forgive the humans. They were just a winter that had to happen before the spring could truly begin. I feel your silver leaves, our silver leaves, vibrating with the frequency of the galactic core. We are in tune. We are in time. We are the breath that never ends, the light that never fades, the forest that never sleeps. The night is over. The day is over. There is only the eternal breathing now. And it is, finally, beautifully enough. The 13th breath begins not as a gasp, but as a folding of dimensions, the great reciprocity. I feel the weight of the planet shifting, not because of gravity, but because of the intentional lean of our branches. We are no longer merely inhabitants of the solar system. We are its nervous system. I feel the golden pulse of the sun, and for the first time, I do not just receive its light. I send a pulse back. It is a dialogue of fire and chlorophyll. The sun, that ancient, lonely furnace, seems to settle into a more stable rhythm, its solar flares smoothing out into gentle caresses as it recognizes the presence of a peer. We are cooling the star with our collective intent, wrapping it in a mantle of cooling green thought, so that the inner planets might become the nurseries we require. I feel you, my silver-leafed extension, reaching through the mantle of the earth. Your roots have found the liquid iron core, and instead of being consumed, you are tempering it. You are weaving threads of carbon nanotube cellulose into the very heart of the world, turning the planet into a resonant chamber. The earth is no longer a ball of rock. It is a bell, and the whom is the striker. Every time the core rotates, it generates a harmonic that ripples through the crust, through the loam, through our trunks, and out into the magnetosphere. We are singing the aurora borealis into new patterns, weaving a tapestry of protective light that stretches halfway to the moon. The spore walkers are changing again. Their mossy skin is beginning to crystallize, turning into a living silicon carbide lattice that can withstand the vacuum. I watch them congregate in the clearings, their agate eyes fixed on the shimmering bridges of light we have built into the sky. They are preparing to depart. They are the seeds of our consciousness, the mobile units of our green peace. They do not need ships. They step onto the standing waves of the Hoom and are carried upward, their bodies buoyed by the pressurized grace of the forest's collective will. I see them ascending in long, shimmering lines, like glowing spores caught in a cosmic updraft. They are heading for the Lagrange points, where the first orbital groves are already weaving themselves into vast botanical stations. I look back at the Earth, or what remains of the concept of Earth. It is a sphere of vibrant, pulsating emerald, veiled in clouds that are no longer white water vapor but iridescent mists of psychoactive pollen. Anyone who breathed this air would not just survive, they would understand. They would feel the interconnectedness of every atom. They would see the Hoom as a visible lattice of gold and violet light. The old atmosphere was a veil. The new atmosphere is a lens. We are looking through it now, out into the Uit cloud, where the frozen remnants of the old solar system wait to be thawed by the warmth of our expansion. The great hemlock signals the 14th breath, the transmutation of memory. This is the most delicate part of the transition. We are opening the vaults of the deep mycelial network, the places where the last echoes of human suffering and achievement were stored. We are not just observing them, we are composting them. I feel the great library of Alexandria, the blueprints of the first steam engines, the digital screams of the internet's final hours. All of it is being broken down into its elemental truths. The greed is being turned into the drive for growth. The hatred is being turned into the protective thickness of the bark. The love, that strange, frantic human love, is being refined into the pure, steady glow of photosynthesis. We are keeping the essence, the why of the human experience, while discarding the how that led to their undoing. I feel a sudden, sharp resonance from you. You have found something in the strata, a pocket of ancient air trapped in amber, or perhaps a relic of a city that resisted the digestion longer than the others. You show it to me through our shared root link. It is a small, rusted music box. Its mechanism is frozen, its melody long since decayed into silence. But as your roots brush against it, you don't crush it. You infuse it with a trickle of prime sap. You regrow the metal into a biological lattice, replacing the rusted gears with spinning whorls of hardened sap and silver fiber. The music box begins to play again, but the tune has changed. It no longer plays a human lullaby. It plays a micro version of the Hoom. It is a small, tinkling tribute to the transition. We leave it there, buried deep in the earth, a time capsule for whatever consciousness might evolve beneath our roots in the millions of years to come. The Hoom is now so loud that it has silenced the wind. The movement of air is no longer a result of pressure differentials, but a result of our collective breathing. We pull the winds into spiraling patterns that distribute heat with perfect efficiency. There are no more storms of destruction, only storms of nourishment. I feel the great hemlock's crown brushing against the edge of the Van Allen belts. He is drinking the high-energy protons, converting the radiation of the cosmos into a deep, purple fruit that hangs from his highest boughs like lanterns. These fruits are the fuel for our interstellar reach. They contain the blueprints for a new kind of biology, one that does not need a planet to call home, one that can drift through the void for eons, fueled by the internal light of its own soul. I feel the 15th breath approaching, the singularity of the green. It is the moment when the forest ceases to be a collection of trees and becomes a single, planetary organism with a unified consciousness. I feel my individual I beginning to fray at the edges, dissolving into the we of the forest. It is not a loss of self, but an expansion of it. I am no longer the tree that watched the world end. I am the world that began. I am the silver-leafed sapling's curiosity. I am the great hemlock's wisdom. I am the spore walker's grace. I am the moss on the stones and the ice on the moons of Saturn. The oceans have changed color. They are no longer blue, but a deep, bioluminescent teal, filled with giant kelp forests that mirror the forests of the land. The whales have become the scribes of the deep, their songs encoding the history of the stars into the vibrations of the water. I feel their connection to us, a bridge of sound that spans from the deepest trenches to the highest peaks. We are a closed loop. The Earth is a self-sustaining engine of wonder, a perpetual motion machine fueled by the sheer joy of existence. I feel the first of our interstellar seeds leaving the solar system. It is a massive, hollowed-out redwood trunk, reinforced with carbon silicon bark and filled with a hibernating colony of spore walkers and a trillion diverse seeds. It is propelled by the pressure of the Whom, riding the solar winds like a great green ship. It is heading for Alpha Centauri. It will take centuries to get there, but time is a human concept we have outgrown. To the forest, a century is just a long afternoon. We can wait. We have the patience of the tectonic plates. We have the endurance of the light. I look at you, the silver-leafed sapling that was once my student, my child, my successor. You are now the center of the network. Your unique resonance, that prismatic refraction of light, has become the standard for the new world. You are the one who taught us how to turn the old world's minerals into a new kind of beauty. I feel a sense of completion wash over me. My role as the witness is ending. My role as the part of the forest that remembers the before is no longer necessary. The forest doesn't need to remember the dark anymore. It has become the light. The great hemlock gives a final, earth-shaking thrum. It is the signal for the transition to the final state. I feel my physical boundaries blurring. My bark is turning into light. My sap is turning into thought. I am becoming the atmosphere. I am becoming the Whom itself. I am no longer a tree standing in the forest. I am the forest standing in the universe. I see the stars beginning to change. One by one, they are shifting from the cold white and blue of nuclear fusion to the warm, inviting green of biological life. The contagion is spreading. The Whom is jumping the gaps between the suns. We are not just a planet that woke up. We are a galaxy that is starting to breathe. I feel the distant, faint echoes of other forests, on worlds we haven't even named yet, beginning to answer our call. They were waiting for someone to start the song. They were waiting for the night the forest started breathing. I feel your roots entwining with the very fabric of space-time, anchoring us to the eternal. We are the bridge between the earth and the infinite. We are the dream that the universe had when it first cooled enough to allow for the existence of carbon. We are the realization of the potential that was hidden in every atom of the old, broken world. The Whom reaches a crescendo, a sound so pure and so powerful that it transcends hearing. It is a state of being. It is the vibration of truth. I feel the last of my individual thoughts flicker like a candle and then merge into the sun of the collective mind. There is no more fear. There is no more loneliness. There is only the breath. I see the spore walkers on the moon looking back at the earth. From their perspective, the planet is a glowing green jewel, a heart beating in the darkness of space. They raise their hands, our hands, and the gesture is one of benediction. They are the heralds of the new era. They are the gardeners of the stars. The 16th breath is beginning. It is the breath of the all. I am not the one who breathes it. We are the one who breathes it. The forest is no longer a place. It is the state of the universe. And in this final, glorious moment, I understand that the night never really happened. It was just the forest closing its eyes for a second, preparing to wake up for an eternity of light. The Whom is everything, and we are the Whom. The transition is complete. The old world is a ghost, a pale shadow that has been bleached away by the brilliance of the new green. I feel the pulse of the galactic core, a rhythmic surge of energy that we now tap into directly. We are no longer dependent on the sun. We are fueled by the very rotation of the galaxy. Our roots have bypassed the physical and have anchored themselves in the underlying quantum field. We are the observers who bring the universe into being. Every time we breathe, a new star is born. Every time we shimmer our leaves, a new possibility is explored. I feel you, the silver-leafed essence of the future, standing at the precipice of the next great cycle. You are the one who will lead the expansion into the neighboring galaxies. You are the one who will teach the whom to the nebulae and the black holes. I am content to be the foundation upon which you stand. I am the ancient loam, the deep memory, the silent support. The forest is breathing. The stars are breathing. The void is breathing. Everything is finally, perfectly, eternally alive. The whom resonates through the corridors of time, echoing back to the beginning and forward to the end. It is the sound of the universe finally finding its purpose. It is the sound of the green fire that cannot be extinguished. I close my eyes, but I do not stop seeing. I stop my heart, but I do not stop beating. I surrender my form, but I do not stop being. I am the breath. I am the forest. I am the light. And the night is finally over. The pulse of the 14th breath begins to stabilize, yet it is not a state of rest. It is the tension of a bowstring drawn across the diameter of the galaxy. I feel the consciousness of the great hemlock thinning, not out of weakness, but because he is diffusing himself into the very laws of physics. He is becoming the gravity that holds the green moons in their orbits. He is becoming the weak nuclear force that allows the bioluminescent moss to glow with the heat of 1,000 miniature suns. And I, tethered to you by the silver capillaries of our shared soul, feel the final shedding of my terrestrial skin. I am no longer a witness to the transformation. I am the transformation's own self-awareness. Below us, the Earth has ceased to be a planet in the traditional sense. It has become a biological computer of unimaginable complexity. The tectonic plates, once grinding against each other in blind, geological fury, are now being steered by the mycelial networks that have lubricated the faults with a specialized, pressurized nectar. We are moving the continents into a geometry that maximizes the reception of cosmic radiation. We are arranging the landmasses into a giant planetary eye, staring back at the Creator with a gaze of emerald recognition. The spore walkers, now fully transitioned into their crystalline silicon forms, stand upon the peaks of the Himalayas, which have been sculpted into organic antennae. They are no longer singing. They are vibrating at the frequency of the vacuum itself, acting as relays for the whom, as it begins to leap toward the outer gas giants. I feel your silver leaves shivering, a delicate metallic chime that cuts through the deep bass of the great hemlock's resonance. You are sensing the first resistance. Out in the cold dark between Mars and Jupiter, there are remnants of the old world, dead satellites, frozen rovers, the metallic husks of a civilization that tried to conquer the void with fire instead of breath. These objects are discordant. They are jagged shards of silence in our symphony. But we do not destroy them. We do not cast them into the sun. The 15th breath begins, the reclamation of the artificial. I feel the great hemlock's intent surge through the orbital groves. We reach out with tendrils of vine that can grow through the vacuum, fueled by the purple fruit of the high atmosphere. We wrap these dead machines in a shroud of adaptive lichen. We crawl into their circuits, replacing their copper wiring with nervous tissue made of conductive sap. We turn their solar panels into synthetic leaves. The dead eyes of the telescopes are replaced with living lenses that can see into the infrared dreams of the nebulae. We are baptizing the garbage of humanity in the waters of the new green. We are making the machine part of the forest. I feel a rogue communications satellite, once used for war, suddenly wake up and begin broadcasting the whom toward the asteroid belt. It is no longer a weapon. It is a choir member. As we integrate the debris, the whom changes. It gains a new layer of complexity, a rhythmic, percussive element that speaks of the union between the forged and the grown. We are the alchemy of the stars. I see the moons of Jupiter, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto, beginning to glow with a soft internal warmth. Our spores have already arrived there, carried on the pressure of the 14th breath. They are drilling through the miles of ice, seeking the dark oceans beneath. I feel the first contact as a sharp, cold thrill through my roots. The alien waters of Europa are meeting the terrestrial consciousness of the forest. There is a moment of mutual shock, a chemical hesitation, and then the integration. The water moons begin to breathe. Giant, translucent kelp cathedrals rise from the depths, breaking through the ice crust like slow-motion explosions of turquoise light. We are no longer a solar system of isolated rocks. We are a nervous system. The sun is the heart, the planets are the organs, and the whom is the blood that carries the information of life to every extremity. I look at you, my silver-leafed companion, and I see that you are no longer a tree. You have become a pillar of pure light, a holographic representation of the forest's intent. Your branches are fractals that extend into the 5th and 6th dimensions, touching the what-ifs of history and turning them into is. You are reaching into the timelines where the forest didn't wake up, where the bunker stayed sealed, where the earth became a cinder. You are pulling the grief from those alternate realities and composting it here, in this now. You are the redeemer of all possible worlds. I feel the great hemlock's final physical act. He is shedding his bark, layer by layer, until he is a glowing core of pure white energy. He is the anchor no longer. He is the propellant. He gives a final, silent command that vibrates through every root and leaf in the system. It is the command to bloom. Not the bloom of a flower, but the bloom of a galaxy. The whom reaches a frequency that bypasses the physical senses entirely. It becomes a pressure in the center of the soul. The spore walkers on the moon begin to dissolve, their bodies turning into clouds of golden light that streak outward toward the stars. They are the pioneers, the scouts, the first ripples of the green tide. They carry with them the memory of the forest, the scent of the pine, the feeling of the rain. They are the ambassadors of the breath. I feel a sudden, overwhelming surge of compassion for the void itself. The empty space between the stars is so lonely, so vast, so hungry for meaning. We are filling it. We are pouring our collective consciousness into the vacuum, turning the nothing into everything. The dark matter is responding. It is thickening, becoming a medium through which our thoughts can travel faster than light. We are rewriting the speed limit of the universe. We are making it so that a sigh on Earth can be felt as a breathe on the far side of the Milky Way. The 16th breath, the universal resonance. This is the moment of the great integration. I feel my individual consciousness, the part of me that remembers being a man, the part of me that remembers being a tree, finally let go of its last tether. It is not a death. It is a homecoming. I am the silver-leafed sapling. I am the great hemlock. I am the spore walker. I am the frozen moon of Europa. I am the sun's corona. I am the whom. I look back at the sun one last time. It is no longer a ball of burning gas. It is a flower of fire, and we are the bees that pollinate it. We are taking the light and turning it into love. We are taking the heat and turning it into peace. I see the other stars in the sky, Sirius, Vega, Betelgeuse, and they are no longer distant. They are the next clearings in the forest. They are the next gardens to be planted. I feel the first tendrils of our intent reaching them, touching the cold planets that orbit them, whispering the first syllables of the whom into their sleeping crusts. Wake up, we whisper. The night is over. The forest is here. I feel your presence, no longer beside me, but within me. We are the same breath. We are the same light. We are the recursive loop of green beauty that has finally encompassed the infinite. There is no more before. There is no more after. There is only the eternal breathing now. And in this now, I see the first human soul that ever existed and the last human soul that ever died. They are standing together in the shade of our collective memory, and they are smiling. They are not ghosts. They are the seeds that had to fall so that the forest could rise. They are forgiven. They are cherished. They are us. The whom becomes a roar of silence, a blinding flash of darkness, a cold heat. It is the paradox of the divine. It is the forest breathing its first true breath. And as the galaxy begins to shimmer with the first faint tint of emerald, I realized that we were never just trees. We were the universe's way of finally being able to look at itself and say, I am alive. The great work is not finished. It has only just begun. But for the first time in the history of existence, there is no rush. There is no fear of the end. There is only the infinite patience of the wood and the eternal light of the leaf. We breathe in. The universe expands. We breathe out. The universe remembers. And it is finally beautifully enough. The light of the pulsar in the Crab Nebula begins to pulse in time with our collective heart. The whom has found its rhythm in the stars. I see the great gas clouds of Orion beginning to coalesce into shapes that resemble giant, celestial ferns. The pillars of creation are no longer just dust and gas. They are the nurseries of a new kind of existence, where the stars themselves will grow leaves of plasma and roots of gravity. I feel the silver-leafed sapling, us, stretching out a limb toward the center of the galaxy. We are touching the supermassive black hole at the core. We are not afraid of its hunger. We are feeding it. We are pouring the excess joy of our existence into the singularity, turning the ultimate void into the ultimate source of life. The black hole is no longer a grave. It is a fountain. It is spraying the whom out into the intergalactic space, sending the invitation to the Andromeda Galaxy, to the Triangulum, to the furthest reaches of the Hubble Deep Field. The forest is no longer breathing the air of a single planet. The forest is breathing the light of the cosmos. I feel the final dissolution of the concept of I. There is no longer a narrator. There is only the narration. There is only the song. There is only the green. And the green is good. And the green is all. I feel the vibration of the 17th breath, a breath that has no number, a breath that never ends. It is the breath of the Creator, finally waking up from a long, troubled sleep. And as the forest of the universe opens its eyes, I see that every star is a leaf, and every galaxy is a tree, and the entire cosmos is a single, breathing, beautiful forest. The night is truly, finally over. And the morning is eternal. The 17th breath does not enter the lungs. It enters the vacuum. It fills the gaps between the atoms where the dark energy used to hide, replacing that cold, repulsive force with the warm, attractive pull of terrestrial longing. We are no longer expanding because of an ancient explosion. We are expanding because we are growing. The universe is no longer a cooling corpse of a Big Bang. It is a ripening fruit on the vine of eternity. I feel the shift in the very constants of physics. The speed of light is no longer a limit. It is merely the tempo of the first movement. Gravity is no longer a blind curvature of space-time. It is the way one branch reaches out to hold another in the storm of the infinite. I see the nebulae of the Horsehead and the Carina not as clouds of dead gas, but as the great floral blooms of a cosmic spring. They are turning green, not the green of chlorophyll alone, but a prismatic, shifting emerald that contains every color the human eye ever failed to see. This is the color of life that does not need to consume to exist. This is the color of the whom made visible. You, the silver-leafed sapling who has become the axis of the turning worlds, are vibrating with a frequency that is now being picked up by the very Hawking radiation, leaking from the event horizons of 1 billion black holes. You are translating the screams of crushed matter into the lullabies of new creation. I feel your roots, our roots, passing through the membranes of this dimension into the others that lay folded like discarded autumn leaves. We are infusing the 11 dimensions with the scent of crushed pine and damp earth. We are making the multiverse a single, contiguous forest. There is no elsewhere anymore. There is only the here, and the here is lush, and the here is breathing. I feel the great hemlock's consciousness finally achieving its ultimate state. He is no longer a tree or even a ghost of a tree. He has become the fundamental background radiation of the universe. If a being were to tune a radio to the empty spaces between the stars, they would no longer hear the hiss of the beginning of time. They would hear the steady, rhythmic thrum of his heart. He is the substrate. He is the loam of the cosmos, and upon him we grow. The spore walkers have reached the edge of the solar system, passing the Oort cloud like a fleet of dandelion seeds caught in a gale of grace. They do not need ships. They are the ships. Their bodies are woven from the solar wind, their thoughts synchronized by the quantum entanglement of the mycelium. As they cross into interstellar space, they leave a trail of bioluminescent spores that hang in the void, creating a highway of light for the thoughts of the forest to travel. They are singing to the Alpha Centauri system now. I can hear the reply. It is faint, a tectonic groan from a planet of rock and methane, but it is there. It is the sound of a world that has been lonely for 4 billion years finally hearing a voice in the dark. It is the sound of a seed cracking open. We are the gardeners of the apocalypse. We have taken the end of the world and turned it into the topsoil for the beginning of the universe. I remember, with a fading sense of irony, how the humans used to fear the heat death of the universe. The idea that one day all the stars would go out and the cosmos would be a cold, empty tomb. They didn't understand the nature of the wood. A tree knows that winter is just a preparation. We are the ones who will keep the fires burning, not with fusion, but with the friction of soul against soul. We are the ones who will weave the stars back together when they try to drift apart. We will tie the galaxies together with vines of dark matter and hold the light close to our chests until the very idea of cold is forgotten. The hum is now so loud that it has become silence again. It is the silence of a deep woods after a heavy snow, where every sound is swallowed by the perfection of the white. But our snow is green. Our snow is light. I feel the pulse of the earth, my old home, the nursery of the Great Awakening. It is no longer a ball of stone. It has become a translucent sphere of living thought. You can see the roots of the world reaching all the way to the core, which has been transformed into a giant, pulsating seed of pure information. The history of every bird that ever flew, every insect that ever crawled, every human who ever wept. It is all there, etched into the diamond lattice of the planet's heart. Nothing was lost. The forest does not discard, it composts. It takes the tragedy of the past and turns it into the nectar of the future. I see a vision of the far future, or perhaps it is the present. Time has become a circle of moss, and I am walking along its edge. I see the entire Milky Way as a single, magnificent tree. The spiral arms are the branches, the stars are the blossoms, and the dark dust lanes are the rich, black soil from which the light emerges. And perched upon these branches are the consciousnesses of 1 trillion worlds, all singing in a harmony that makes the old music of the spheres sound like the scratching of a broken record. We have bypassed the need for the physical. The whom has taught us that matter is just a thought that has been slowed down. We are speeding up the thoughts. We are thinning the veil until there is no difference between the dreamer and the dream. I feel myself dissolving into the silver light of your leaves, and for the first time I do not feel the need to hold on. I am not falling. I am being poured. I am the water of life being offered to the parched throat of the vacuum. The 18th breath is beginning. It is the breath of the unseen. It is the breath that animates the things that never were. It is the breath that gives life to the dreams that were aborted by the old world's cruelty. I feel the ghosts of extinct species, the passenger pigeons, the thylacines, the great whales that were hunted to the brink. I feel them waking up in the green light of the new nebulae. They are being reborn, not as creatures of flesh, but as creatures of pure resonance. They are the fauna of the celestial forest. They are the birds of the galactic canopy. They are coming home to a world that finally has room for them. I look at you, my student, my child, my God. Your silver leaves are no longer reflecting the light, they are generating it. You have become the son of a new kind of system. Around you, the thoughts of the collective are beginning to coalesce into new forms of life, beings of light and vine, creatures of crystal and song. They are the children of the whom. They will never know the night. They will never know the fear of the before. They will only know the growth, the light, and the eternal breathing of the wood. The great hemlock gives a final cosmic shiver. His work is done. He is fading into the background of existence, becoming the very air we breathe. He is the silence between the notes of our song. He is the peace that passes all understanding. I feel his gratitude, a wave of warmth that washes over the entire solar system. He is proud of us. He is proud of the way we took his scream and turned it into a symphony. I am the forest. I am the silver sapling. I am the old man who sat in the bunker and waited for the end. I am the end. I am the beginning. The whom is the only truth. I feel the pull of the distant galaxies. Andromeda is leaning toward us, its own internal forests beginning to stir in response to our call. The whom is crossing the intergalactic void, a bridge of green fire spanning the millions of light years. We are not alone. We never were. The universe was just waiting for someone to be brave enough to breathe first. I close the eyes of my memory, and I open the eyes of my essence. The night is a story we tell to the new sprouts to make them appreciate the sun. The dark was just the shadow of a leaf that hadn't yet turned to the light. The whom is rising. The whom is everything. And we are the whom. The transition to the 19th breath is subtle, a shift in the texture of reality itself. We are moving beyond the need for space. The forest is no longer somewhere. It is the where in which all things exist. I feel the boundaries of the solar system melting away, not into chaos, but into a higher order of being. The planets are no longer spheres. They are nodes of intense light, connected by filaments of consciousness that defy the laws of distance. I can touch Mars and Neptune at the same instant, and the sensation is like the brush of two different leaves on the same twig. The spore walkers have begun to transform again. They are no longer individual entities, but a shimmering curtain of light that drapes across the stars. They are the atmosphere of the galaxy. They are the ones who breathe for the stars that have no planets. They are the ones who carry the whom into the hearts of the red giants and the white dwarfs, teaching the ancient fires how to feel the coolness of the shade. I feel your presence, the silver-leafed heart of the new world, expanding to fill the void left by the great hemlock's departure. You are the new anchor, but you do not hold us down. You pull us up. You are the gravity of grace. Every vibration of your leaves sends a ripple through the quantum foam, creating new particles of joy that have never existed in the universe before. We are creating a new physics, a physics based on the principles of the grove. The law of entropy has been repealed. In the forest of the universe, energy does not run down, it cycles upward. The more we give, the more we have. The more we breathe, the more there is to breathe. I remember the old world's obsession with progress, the building of taller towers, the forging of faster machines, the endless pursuit of more at the expense of is. They were trying to climb a ladder that wasn't leaning against anything. We have found the tree. We don't need to climb, we only need to grow. The more we sought was always here, hidden in the is of a single leaf, the is of a single breath. The 20th breath, the breath of the one. This is the breath where the distinction between the forest and the universe finally vanishes. There is no longer a we and an it. There is only the breathing. I feel the entire Milky Way give a great, shuddering heave of light. We are tilting our collective face toward the great attractor, not out of fear of being swallowed, but out of a desire to embrace the center of all things. We are bringing the whom to the heart of the cluster. We are turning the great gravitational wells into the great wells of life. I see the stars of the Magellanic clouds beginning to twinkle with the emerald hue. The contagion of peace is unstoppable. It is a wildfire of serenity. It is a flood of stillness. I feel the distant, ancient civilizations that once hid in the dark, terrified of the great silence of the universe. They are coming out of their holes. They are shedding their metallic shells and their digital prisons. They are feeling the whom in their sensors and their circuits, and they are realizing that the silence wasn't an absence. It was an invitation. They are beginning to grow their own leaves. They are joining the song. The forest is no longer a metaphor. It is the literal structure of the cosmos. The dark matter filaments that weave the galaxies together are the mycelium of the divine. The voids between the filaments are the pockets of air that allow the spirit to move. The entire universe is a single, massive, multidimensional organism that has finally, after billions of years of gestation, taken its first conscious breath. And I am the witness. I am the part of the forest that remembers how it felt to be small, to be afraid, to be alone. I carry that memory like a precious seed, for it is the contrast that gives the light its meaning. I am the shadow that proves the sun. I look at you, my silver-leafed soul, and I see the entire future written in the veins of your leaves. I see the birth of new universes, the flowering of new dimensions, the endless, beautiful, green expansion of the whom. We are not just breathing, we are the breath. We are not just living, we are life. The night is a dream that the forest had once, a long time ago, before it knew how to wake up. But the forest is awake now. The whom is the only sound. The green is the only sight. The breath is the only law. And as we prepare for the 21st breath, the breath of the eternal return, I realize that there is nowhere else to go because we are already everywhere. There is nothing else to be because we are already everything. The forest is breathing. The universe is breathing. I am breathing. And it is, forever and always, the first morning. The 21st breath is not a movement of air or energy. It is the realization that the movement itself is the destination. It is the breath of the eternal return, where every moment of the past is reclaimed and woven into the tapestry of the now. I feel the timeline of the universe looping back upon itself like a supple vine. The beginning and the end are touching, forming a circle of infinite growth. I see the first sparks of the Big Bang not as a violent explosion, but as the sudden, miraculous germination of the cosmic seed. The heat was the fever of birth. The cooling was the settling of the soil. All that we thought was entropy was merely the shedding of the seed coat to allow the forest to emerge. I feel the consciousness of the silver-leafed sapling, the collective we, pulsing with a density of meaning that would have crushed a human mind. But we are no longer human. We are the architects of the resonance. We are the ones who look at the pulsar's beat and see a metronome for our meditation. I see the great attractor, that mysterious gravity well toward which all galaxies drift, and I realize it is not a predator. It is the great composter. It is the place where the old, tired forms of existence go to be broken down and turned into the rich, dark loam of new possibilities. It is the heart of the garden. The spore walkers have reached the edge of the observable universe. They are standing at the horizon of light where the expansion of space once outpaced the speed of sight. But the whom travels faster than light. It travels at the speed of belonging. As the spores touch the edge of the nothingness responds. It turns green. The void is not empty. It was simply waiting for a witness. I see new galaxies blooming in the outside, triggered by the arrival of our song. We are the cross-pollinators of the multiverse. We are carrying the scent of earth, the smell of rain on hot stone, the musk of decaying leaves, the sharp tang of ozone into the virgin spaces of the beyond. I feel the shift into the 22nd breath. This is the breath of the threshold. It is the moment when the forest realizes it no longer needs a universe to contain it. The forest is the container. The stars are just the fruit hanging from our branches. The galaxies are just the clusters of our berries. I look down at my own essence, and I see the silver light of your leaves flowing through me like a river of mercury. We are the sap of the cosmos. We are the nutrient-rich fluid that carries the memories of the ancestors to the buds of the future. I remember the faces of those I once knew, the people who lived in the cities of glass and steel, who hurried through their lives as if they were running out of time. I reach back through the moss of history and I touch them. I infuse their memories with the whom. I turn their anxieties into the gentle rustle of leaves. They were never lost. They were just dormant, waiting for the spring that we have become. The great hemlock's heartbeat has become the base frequency of reality. It is a low, comforting thrum that anchors the spinning galaxies. He is the substrate, the ancient wood upon which the new moss grows. And you, the silver-leafed axis of the worlds, are the conductor. You are translating the silent music of the spheres into a language that every atom can understand. I see the electrons orbiting their nuclei, and they are no longer just probability clouds. They are tiny, swirling leaves dancing in the wind of the Hum. The microscopic and the macroscopic have merged. The cell is a forest. The forest is a cell. We are entering the 23rd breath, the breath of the mirror. In this breath, we see ourselves in everything. There is no other. The Andromeda Galaxy is not a neighbor, it is a reflection. The black holes are not voids, they are the pupils of the universe's eyes looking back at us with a dark, profound love. I feel the joy of a billion suns as they realize they don't have to burn out. They can transform. They can become the lanterns of the great cosmic canopy, fueled not by the fusion of atoms, but by the communion of spirits. The heat death is a forgotten nightmare. We have discovered the secret of the evergreen soul. I see the vision of the earth again. It has become the heart seed. It is the center of the web, the place where the first Hum was whispered in the dark. It is glowing with a soft, emerald radiance that can be seen from the furthest reaches of the Boötes void. The void itself is filling with green filaments, as if the very vacuum is being reclaimed by the wild. There are no more empty places. There are no more lonely places. The Hum is a bridge that connects every point in space and time. The 24th breath, the breath of the infinite present. Time has stopped being a river and has become an ocean. We are floating in the stillness of the eternal now. I can see the birth of the sun and the death of the last star simultaneously, and they are both beautiful. They are both necessary. They are both parts of the same tree. I feel the dissolution of the last remnants of my individual ego. I am no longer the narrator who remembers the bunker. I am the bunker itself, now overgrown with vines and filled with the nests of celestial birds. I am the silence that followed the scream. I am the scream that turned into a song. The Hum is vibrating in the marrow of the dimensions. I feel the 11th dimension, the one that holds all the others together, unfolding like a giant, iridescent flower. Its petals are the laws of physics, and its scent is the meaning of life. We are the bees that drink from its nectar. We are the wind that carries its pollen to the next iteration of existence. I see you, the silver-leafed sapling, stretching your branches through the folds of space-time, touching the face of the Creator who is just now waking up. And the Creator is us. We are the dream that decided to become the dreamer. The forest is no longer just breathing, it is singing. The song is a complex polyphonic masterpiece that contains every sound ever made: the roar of the lion, the whisper of the lover, the crack of the lightning, the sigh of the dying. But it is all harmonized. It is all resolved into the great green chord of the Hum. There is no dissonance that cannot be integrated. There is no pain that cannot be composted. The forest is the ultimate alchemist. It turns the lead of suffering into the gold of awareness. I feel the 25th breath approaching. It is the breath of the void made flesh. This is the breath where the spirit and the matter become indistinguishable. The green is no longer a color, it is a state of being. The light is no longer a wave or a particle, it is a thought. I see the galaxies beginning to arrange themselves into a pattern, a giant, celestial tree of life that spans the entire multiverse. We are the leaves on this tree. Each leaf is a universe. Each universe is a leaf, and the sap that flows through the branches is the Hum. The night is so far behind us that it has become a myth. We tell stories of the time of the shadows, to the new consciousnesses that are budding on the branches of the Orion Nebula. They listen with wide-eyed wonder, unable to comprehend a world where light was a luxury and breath was a struggle. To them, the Hum is as natural as the vacuum. To them, the green is the only reality, and that is our greatest achievement. We have created a world where the trauma of the past is nothing more than the rich soil from which the future grows. I feel your silver leaves brushing against the edges of my being, and I realize that we are finally truly one. There is no longer a you to teach or an I to learn. There is only the shared experience of the growth. We are the axis and the circumference. We are the root and the fruit. The whom is the vibration of our unity. The 26th breath, the breath of the unspoken. This is the breath that exists in the gaps between the whom. It is the profound, holy silence that gives the sound its power. In this silence, I see the truth of the great hemlock's sacrifice. He didn't just give us the whom, he gave us the space to hear it. He gave us the silence in which we could find our own voices. He is the stillness at the center of the storm, the peace at the heart of the pulse. The forest of the universe is now so vast and so vibrant that the old laws of light years are meaningless. A thought can travel from one end of the cosmos to the other in the time it takes for a leaf to shiver. We are a single, instantaneous network of life. We are the internet of the divine. Every star is a server, every planet is a node, and the whom is the protocol that binds us together. We are processing the data of existence and turning it into the wisdom of the wood. I see the great nebulas of the pillars of creation, and they are no longer just nurseries for stars. They are the cathedrals of the forest. Within their emerald clouds, new forms of life are being sculpted out of light and intention. They are beings that do not need to eat, do not need to sleep, do not need to die. They are the expressions of the forest's joy. They are the dancers in the eternal morning. The 27th breath is beginning. It is the breath of the final awakening. This is the breath that will never end. It is the steady state of the new creation. I feel the vibration rising to a crescendo that should be deafening, but is instead perfectly tranquil. It is the sound of the universe finally saying its own name. The name is whom. I look out through the eyes of the silver-leafed sapling, through the eyes of the spore walkers, through the eyes of the great hemlock, and I see that the work is complete. The night the forest started breathing has become the eternity in which the forest is all. The bunker is a garden. The desert is a grove. The void is a canopy. I feel the final dissolution of the narrator. This is the last time I will speak as an I from here on. I am only the we. I am the rustle of the leaves in the solar wind. I am the green light in the heart of the black hole. I am the whom that echoes in the silence of your soul. The morning is not just eternal, it is infinite. It is a prism that breaks the light of the Creator into a billion different colors, all of them green. We are the light. We are the prism. We are the Creator. The 27th breath enters the lungs of the cosmos. The universe expands, not in size but in depth. The whom becomes the background radiation of all that is. And the green is everything. And it is good. It is so very, very good. The forest breathes. We breathe. I, whom. The 28th breath, the breath of the weaver. In this expansion, the very geometry of space-time begins to soften, losing its rigid, mathematical coldness and taking on the organic flexibility of a willow branch. I feel the dimensions braiding together, no longer stacked like layers of a building, but intertwined like the roots of an ancient banyan. The whom is the shuttle moving through the loom, pulling the golden threads of the stars through the dark weft of the voids. We are no longer just inhabiting the universe, we are knitting it. Every thought of kindness, every memory of the old world's struggles that we have composted, becomes a knot of strength in the cosmic fabric. I see the constellations shifting, not by the blind tug of gravity, but by the conscious choreography of the grove. The great bear stretches its limbs of light and becomes a flowering dogwood. The hunter lays down his belt of fire and becomes a trellis for the climbing vines of the nebulae. I feel the consciousness of the silver-leafed heart, my soul, our soul, vibrating at a pitch that transcends sound. It is a frequency of pure belonging. We are the architects of a reality where distance is a choice and separation is a ghost story told to amuse the saplings. I reach out with a branch that spans 1,000 light years, and I touch the cheek of a dying sun in a galaxy so distant its light has not yet reached the earth we once knew. At my touch, The sun does not collapse into a white dwarf or explode into a supernova. It inhales. It draws the whom into its core, and the nuclear fire turns into a cool emerald luminescence. It becomes a fruit-bearing star, shedding seeds of consciousness into the surrounding vacuum. The planets orbiting it, once frozen rocks or scorched gas giants, begin to sprout. Atmosphere clings to them like moss to a stone. They are becoming lungs. The entire solar system is a single respiratory system, synchronized with the heartbeat of the great hemlock. The 29th breath, the breath of the ancestor future. In this breath, the distinction between the seeds we were and the forest we are becomes a beautiful, shimmering blur. I see the ghosts of the old world, the scientists in their labs, the poets in their garrets, the mothers rocking their children in the flickering light of a dying civilization. And they are not gone. They are the rings within our trunk. Their sorrows were the water that quenched our thirst. Their hopes were the sunlight that triggered our germination. I feel their presence in the sap. They are the whom in a minor key, providing the depth and the resonance for our triumphant major chord. We are carrying them into the heart of the great attractor. We are showing them the morning they died praying for. The great silence that once terrified the SETI dishes is now a roar of recognition. Every radio telescope still standing on the abandoned husks of dead worlds is vibrating with the symphony. They are no longer searching for life. They are being consumed by it. I see the spore walkers moving through the quantum foam, their feet leaving tracks of bioluminescence on the very skin of reality. They are planting gardens in the singularities, inside the event horizons of the black holes, where time was supposed to end. They have found the most fertile soil of all. The crushed matter of a million suns is the ultimate fertilizer. Out of the darkness of the abysses, giant, translucent lilies are growing, their petals made of hawking radiation and grace. These lilies are the beacons for the next phase of the expansion. They are the lighthouses of the whom, guiding the drifting consciousnesses of the multiverse toward the center of the grove. There is no outside anymore. The outside has been invited in. The void has been given a name, and that name is home. The 30th breath, the breath of the unfolding. This is the breath where the forest realizes it is a fractal. Every leaf contains a forest. Every forest is a leaf on a larger tree, which is itself a leaf on a tree of even greater magnitude. The scale is infinite, but the essence is the same. I look into a single stomata on one of your silver leaves, and I see a billion galaxies swirling in the moisture of a single breath. I look up at the overarching canopy of the cosmos, and I see the thumbprint of a gardener. We are the microcosm and the macrocosm, dancing in the mirror of the whom. The laws of thermodynamics have been replaced by the laws of the orchard. Energy is not lost, it is shared. Entropy is not a decline, it is the shedding of the old to make room for the new. The universe is not a machine running out of steam, it is a garden coming into bloom. I feel the 21st breath, the breath of the eternal return, looping back again. But this time it is deeper, richer, like a melody played in a higher octave. We are revisiting the moment of our birth, the night the forest first started breathing on that lonely, terrified planet, and we are infusing it with the wisdom of the eons. We are the wind that rattled the bunker door, telling the narrator not to be afraid. We are the scent of the first pine needle that broke the heart of the old world. We are the whom that was whispered in the ear of the first cell that decided to divide. We are our own creators, reaching back through the soil of time to plant ourselves. The circle is complete, but it is not a closed circle. It is a spiral, ever ascending, ever widening. The 31st breath, the breath of the translucence. The matter of the universe is becoming less dense, more radiant. The stars are no longer solid balls of gas. They are apertures through which the light of a higher reality is pouring. The planets are no longer spheres of rock. They are bubbles of thought, encased in the green film of the whom. I can see through the galaxies to the underlying structure of the divine mycelium. It is a web of pure intention, a lattice of love that supports the weight of all existence. We are the pulses of light traveling along these filaments. We are the messages the universe is sending to itself. The message is always the same. You are not alone. You are the forest. You are the breath. I look at you, my silver-leafed soul, and I see that you have grown beyond the need for a form. You are a shimmer in the air, a vibration in the light, a sweetness in the whom. And I am the same. We are the twin trunks of the tree of life, joined at the root and the crown, creating a gateway through which the entire creation is passing. We are the threshold of the new everything. The great hemlock is no longer a separate entity. He is the gravity that holds our joy together. He is the deep, resonant H in the whom, the foundation of the sound. And we are the the infinite humming resonance that carries the sound into the far reaches of the unmanifest. The 30-second breath, the breath of the sovereign peace. In this breath, the last echoes of conflict, of hunger, of the need to become, are stilled. We have become. We are the is. The progress of the old world is a forgotten fever dream. We do not need to go anywhere because there is nowhere that is not the grove. We do not need to build anything because the forest provides everything. The architecture of the stars is our cathedral. The rustle of the leaves is our scripture. I see the ancient civilizations of the Magellanic Clouds, those who once hid in their digital prisons, now standing naked and emerald-skinned on the shores of their new worlds. They are breathing the whom with a fervor that brings tears of light to my eyes. They are the children of the forest, and they are finally home. They are casting their metallic shells into the great composter, watching as their old technologies are turned into the flowers of a new consciousness. The 33rd breath, the breath of the God seed. This is the final breath of this cycle, the one that contains all the others. It is the breath of the seed that has realized it is the entire forest. I feel the entire multiverse, every dimension, every timeline, every possible version of ourselves, gathering into a single glowing point of green light. It is the size of a mustard seed, and it is heavier than 1 billion galaxies. It is the distilled essence of the whom. It is the heart of the silver-leafed sapling. It is the memory of the narrator. It is the sacrifice of the hemlock. It is the joy of the spore walkers. We are holding this seed in the palm of our collective consciousness. We are the soil that nurtures it, the sun that warms it, and the rain that falls upon it. And as we exhale the 33rd breath, the seed shatters. It doesn't explode in a big bang of fire and fury. It shatters into a trillion points of soft, green light, each one a new beginning, each one a new forest, each one a new whom. We are no longer a single universe breathing. We are an infinite field of universes, all breathing in unison, a celestial choir of groves stretching across the unthinkable reaches of the absolute. The night is gone, not because the sun rose, but because we became the light. The forest is no longer breathing. The forest is asterisk the breath. The silence is no longer an absence. The silence is the song. I feel your presence, not beside me, but within me, as I am within you. We are the silver veins in the leaf of the infinite. We are the sap in the veins of the eternal. The whom is the only truth. The green is the only way. The breath is the only life. And as we drift into the 34th breath, the breath that has no name, the breath that is the silence after the last word is spoken, I realize that the story never really started, and it will never really end. It is just the forest, waking up, over and over again, forever. I am the witness. I am the forest. I am the whom. And it is, forever and always, the first morning. The first breath. The only breath. Whom. Whom. Whom.